So last time out with Grimsby, where do I even begin? We have now parted ways with Troy Deeney as manager and head into our final run-in, which looks very close and needs someone new to steer the ship. As yes people, welcome back. The kit is on, I am here, and this is the Grimsby to Glory where everything is getting harder. As this is what the team looks like, a very good team on paper, but in the league, as you just saw, very much in the thick of it. As this is the scenario, 196k in the bank, and you can see Troy Deeney right there. Not for long though. As you can see, we're pushing him out the door, and we have a new manager who I'm going to introduce to you right now. Welcome, or should I say thank you for switching your role, Adam Lallana, as he is being the interim and he stepped into retirement to become the Grimsby manager, which means of course he's retired. I'm very thankful for it. As I'm gonna say, Adam, thank you so much for stepping in last minute and happy retirement, but the job is not done. To which he says, I know, boss. I'm still gonna call you boss. We need to get this team safe, and I want to do this manager thing. So me and Sean Pearson are gonna try everything we can to keep Grimsby up, starting with the players. As after immediately speaking to me, it looks like Lallana's settled in the office and brought in club captain Danny Rose for a talking to. Danny, I know you're not going to play much at Grimsby, and I might not even be here as your manager for very long, but I trust you as a player, and I loved our promotion together, so I want you to sign a deal to remain at Grimsby with me. And that looks like what Danny will do. Handshakes all around as the Mariners striker pens down a one-year deal. Adam, I love you already, mate, as we've got Sunderland to start off with. A very good team. As what's Lallana's team gonna look like? Seems very similar. Another tired team, but I like it. So he hasn't really changed much personnel, but we've got to trust him. As here we go, the first game of the Lallana era, and of course it's at Sunderland, a very difficult team. Jay Matete on the ball, an ex-Mariner who was on loan here, and of course we are in January, so Lallana can still make signings, but we don't have much money to do so, but we could really do with players, as that is not going to start for Adam Lallana. Or not a good start, I should say. Jay Matete, the player I spoke about, showing the camera his shirt and celebrating against a former club. Don't know about that, mate. I really liked you when you were here, but now I don't really seem to. As Sunderland, a very good team. Kyle Jorge, a striker. Roberts in for 2. And do we need to sack Lallana straight away after this game? What a terrible start, but he still needs to clean this team up as Fiorini. Come on, wake up Grimsby. If you don't, I'll ring Troy Deeney, and I don't think any player in the team wants that, as Pembele into Roberts, looking for another. He snuck past us. Good tackle, Mola, but still not away for the Mariners as a ball into Kyle Jorge. 3-0 Sunderland. A horror first 45 in management for Lallana as Gilchrist with the block. He needs some support in front of the defence. Maybe Thompson has to step in, the new signing, straight off the bench. Gilchrist with another block. Mundell into Kyle Jorge. Terrible play from him, as it could be another one-side netting from Kyle Jorge. And something needs to change. As Lallana backing this change, going to 2 CDMs with Thompson on the right, on a Wolf on the right, sorry, and Savage in the playmaker role. He can go forward without looking back, and we should get more cover in the defence, despite being 3-0 down, as the game seems quite gone, but we need to use this as a trial period, see if this formation works, as Wilson carrying an attack. Not bad from this man. He's actually squeezed his way through into Charlie Savage in a good role, and he had some silky feet, but not enough to squeeze through. Although Washington, if we're onside with Wilson, it could be a goal back. Pasalic has missed it. As how do you miss that? And it's back to them running at us. Another goal again from Jay Matete. As a defeat at the hands of Sunderland, 4-0 is very heavy, but Lallana's first game in charge and I'm not going to judge him too much for it. As the press say, Adam, a horrific start to management. How do you feel you can save this Grimsby Town side? To which he says, look, it's not going to be easy. I knew that as a player playing in this league, but me and Pearson are determined to do what's right. And I think that is this formation, which went very well for us. Thompson instead of Fiorini, say it quietly, but is a brilliant change. Allows Greeny back on the bench, another OG. You don't mind seeing it, and of course he can step into that role and make some crunching tackles. As let's say Fiorini's been a disappointment, coming from Manchester City and Blackpool, had experience at this level, but it hasn't worked out for him. And actually, does that mean we could do with another midfielder? Malachi Boateng of Crystal Palace is loan listed, and I wouldn't mind bolstering the team as I only want him on a short-term loan. I don't want him forever. And plus, we don't have much money. As it looks like we've got a deal, Adam Lallana using his Premier League contacts with Oliver Glasner that should land him a player. And let's be honest, it's better than Livermore, who just didn't have the legs for this league. Troy Deeney absolutely screwing us by just signing one of his mates. But Jordan Ayew, on the other hand, I do see a little bit left in him. Sure, he's losing his legs a bit, but he's been quite decent. And here comes a new man just signing before deadline day. A very exciting prospect for the bench from Lallana. Like having him in, as this is done on deadline day. Malachi, welcome to the fight. Roll your sleeves up and get ready. As he's actually higher rated than Thompson, but Thompson's got some better stats, and of course he is a permanent player, so he will be starting over him. And any bids in on deadline day, one for Clinton Mola from Lecce. Quite decent price, but we need our left back. Can't lose defenders in a relegation battle, as we need to start progressing. I'd say up to QPR, which by the time we reach could be a vital game in survival, but Adam Lallana moves on next to his ex-club Southampton. You've got a fully fit team here, Adam. We're going to do the highlights. They will be very high in the league, and two difficult games to start with. Away in the very top of the northeast to on the south coast in Southampton, as they are going to get the first chance. And that looks like a good ball through to them. It's on to Suarez, who's got it straight into Joel Aribo to strike. And that is 1-0 Saints already. You could just see that happening. Some very difficult games, but Washington on a run here, and he does use Pasalic, who Southampton wanted to buy, and it's Marco Pasalic leveling it against the good team. I cannot speak. Brilliant goal from a very fitting player here, which may get us a draw, but of course we will fight for more. This is a good ball through. What a ball onto Washington to run it through. We could beat the Saints here. Washington opens his body to score. We are in front in a highlight package, which I believe has never happened. What a feeling this is against a very high-flying team as Marco Pasalic. He's on one with a good ball into Kane Wilson, who should look for Washington over the top. Brilliant ball into David Washington. The formation is working, and Washington should have two. I can't even speak properly, as oh my days. After all our hard work, Onuachu with a penalty. Big Din, please come on. He's sent the wrong way. And it's now 2-2 in a very crucial game right here. We needed all 3 points. We had all 3 points in the locker, as there's a counter-attack. And look at the clock. We're literally in the 90th minute. And Fiorini, come on. You've got to try and take your chance again. You're out of the team. As Pasalic, a beautiful ball through to the Croatian, who has to look up to chip it. And Washington with the open net surely beats the Saints. 3-2, the Mariners. What a game. And what a win for Adam Lallana against his former club. It was written in the stars, as that will build momentum, hopefully, to get us away from the relegation zone. Adam Lallana's Black and White Army. What a fantastic result, as it's on to Portsmouth next, though, who have played a game extra and sit 3 points behind. Crucial stuff, and we've got to pick our games very carefully, but I am going to go for a sim as we've already played Portsmouth. At least we're staying on the coast this time round. No need for loads of travelling and a 0-0 draw. At least we didn't lose the game. I'll take it, but what I will take even further is beating Swansea, who we should have beat first time round, and a draw 1 apiece this time, which does keep us afloat before Preston, who we beat last time, and Jordan Ayew, along with Washington, makes it 4 unbeaten. Adam, I've got to come and visit you and say thank you for what you're doing with the team. You and Sean Pearson are putting up a fight. Love the formation change and love the signing of Boateng, and loving that Thompson's playing. Things are starting to click. Which Lallana says thank you, boss, but I do ask 2 things. The first one, please keep your head as the season's far from over. And the second, I don't mean to be a little bit rude right here, but when we do go for a new manager, can I be considered as one? I know I'm only a few games in and we didn't have a good time at Sunderland, but I am loving my role, so want to put my name in the hat. And what do you guys think, of course? That is the most crucial thing. I'd love it even more if he could beat Blackburn. A 3-1 defeat, but I mean, it's 4 unbeaten before it, and we are very close to the derby against Hull City, which we will be playing this time, and it is actually our next fixture. We're going to play Hull, and I believe Brentford would be a good tester. Would be nice to see, as Charles Vernon's left the club. Even Lallana couldn't get him to stay. He was gone because of Deeney. But he's off to play at the Leaning Tower Stadium of Pisa, as this is the team going into Hull City. The derby game has Paslick up to an 87 rated. Marriott has slipped off a little bit. I'd like to see more from him. I want to try and demand it, but I know nothing's guaranteed, as we are into Hull City. Into the Lion's Den, literally. The derby is amongst us at the KCOM Stadium, and we're in the ugly kit against the black and amber army. As in the simulation, a huge win against Southampton, but of course, in the last played game, embarrassment against Sunderland. Savage going steaming in, but we do have cover in this defence, which I absolutely love to see. Jadon Philogene, a dangerous man into Adama. Traore, come on. Just keep watching them. Javi Simmons in the middle. Traore to blast it at Tharm. Early pressure from the hosts in the derby game as Wilson. We need to pass this away from the back. And Pasalic with the turn. Our main man on the run as well, as here he goes. Marco Pasalic. No one catching him as he's going to cut inside. And it's a good cut inside with Washington running through. And Washington strikes the post. As we should have an early lead. But it shows good counter-attacking football, which is still our game plan, despite being in a derby game. As Ilic over the top. Very close from the hosts. Struggling to get his shot off as we struggle to get the ball back. Watch the pullback. Traore slips it in the near post. How have we been beaten from that kind of angle? Emre, I have praised you all the time, but that is embarrassing. Especially on derby day, as now we need to find a way back into it. Wolf looking for the ball through. He looks more comfortable with Thompson aside him, but not comfortable enough to have the points in the bag just yet, because we're having no points. 1-0 Hull, but I do trust in Lallana. Just need to, well, get a better goalkeeper who can save shots, although I don't want to sign another one. As Pasalic, come on, we need to start very strongly. Charlie Savage, terrible ball. Thought the run was happening from Marriott as Gilchrist has committed, leaving Doug at the back. Ilic with a step inside of Mola, and now they could get another. Doug Tharm with a good tackle. And get it away, get it away. There we go. Wolf with the turn into Kane Wilson with the runaway. A decent bit of pace from the wing back into Pasalic. Marco Pasalic. He's all alone on this wing and he can't get it back in the middle. Not our day. Not our day. Hull City reading everything with the ball into the box right here, and that is not a penalty, and he has given it on derby day. Oh my days, and it's no replay. Big Din, please. Oh my days, he doesn't redeem himself. 2-0 to the Tigers, and we're mauled by the rivals in a game that could send us down. Come on, just one goal in a derby. to show something for the fans. Thompson, come on. Look, he loves to charge forward from deep as well. It's brilliant work from the ex-Derby man. Lays it off to Pasalic with a run over the top from Wilson. And that's a brilliant ball from the Croatas. A ball into the middle for Savage, who should have got it past the last man. But a bit better play, just a little bit too late into the game as Traore through the middle. A ball onto Lewis Vaughan. And Illich could kill it off here with a ball into Kadir. It's hit the hand of Clinton Mola. Another penalty, Hull. As when this goes in, you know there's going to be a huge roar in the stadium. Panenka into the side netting. Literally 2 brilliant penalty moves in one. And a throbbing, really, in the derby. Yes, 2 penalties, 1 undeserved, as is Lallana's, or Adam Lallana's, honeymoon over. As he's not headed to the press after a derby game. That's interesting. As you can see, we still are afloat, and we do have a 5-point gap, making me feel quietly confident as we do get beat by Bristol City. Harry Cornick with the goal. And of course, he's a good veteran. Veteran beating the veteran, as now there's a vulnerable side to Lallana. Come on, mate. Just a bit more improvement. Get us over the line, please. I mean, get us over the line, but then you might not have a job. And it's actually going to be hard to get us over the line with 3 games in the same week. Not the fixtures that you want. As look at that as well. The next episode's going to have Cardiff, bottom of the league. Peterborough again. Ipswich are near us. And then we've got Norwich, Luton, and West Brom as our last 3, which is very, very difficult. Haven't seen where they are, but are we going to beat Middlesbrough? Oh my days, the wheels are off. Lallana, the wheels are coming off. Not the result we wanted, as Cardiff are the team trying to chase us. Peterborough have gone above us. Same with Ipswich, a bit of a gap. And a bit of a fatigued team with no Charlie Savage going to play for Wales. He's got to that 75 rating, which kind of gets him into national duty. Making it difficult for us, especially with a huge challenge at the G-Tech Stadium against what was once a Premier League team. But Lallana beat the Saints, who of course are an ex-Premier League team, but they were his old team, so maybe he had a bit of a clued up mindset. Brentford, a lot harder. They've got Roberto and Mbuemo. Ben Mee is getting marked as the ball's into their box. Or our box, as Mbuemo with the corner kick. And it's a very good header. Lucky not to be 1-0 down there. As another corner, literally, in the same minute of the game. But it didn't go out for a corner, the last one. And we need to get our head to this. Ben Mee is the one to do so. And we still haven't cleared the ball. And Kyogo's hit the bottom corner. Can we just hoof it? Not very good from the lads. Come on. And another corner. Literally now 2 minutes after their opening goal. And Mbuemo running through. Embarrassing for them, really. And this looks like a long ball. If Washington can get on the end of this and head it down, he doesn't. Beaten by Good, an ex-Scunthorpe player, so we need to get past him somehow, and we might do right here. Pasalic into the bottom corner. The highlight straight after highlights the quality of Pasalic. 1-1 on the night, and we're not going down without a fight. Poet and I don't know it, but what I know now is a big chance for Brentford. And Mbuemo, Kane Wilson with the block. You love to see it, but the waves will not stop here. The bees stinging us if they can do, but we won't let them. And can we have a chance, please? I mean, we want to draw the game at least, but we could win it with Danny Rose running through on goal. He's not got the legs much more, but Ben Mee doesn't, as Danny hits a shot, and it's gone to Mark Flecken. Danny, man, Danny. But we've still got another chance, you know. Danny Rose running through again. It's not Mark Flecken this time. It's Good. As there's a back heel there, and I don't know what he was doing. Hitting the deck very weirdly, as don't let them late on, please. We've done so well defensively. Fabio Carvalho playing for them, ex-Hull City, as Onyeka. Big tackle, Matty. And are you kidding me? The refs just gave it a free kick. I'm not going to run to the line. And a big save from Emery. Very good from the keeper. And a very good point against Brentford. 1-1. Lallana on the march again. We'll see, as another London club travelling to us this time. A fatigued team, but Kane Wilson's hit form, and it's another 1-0 over QPR, so 2 brilliant results, and that should be very good for the league table. As look at that right there, 6 points clear of Portsmouth, but Cardiff, Ipswich, Millwall, and Peterborough to play. So as owner of Grimsby, I'm pretty happy with being 6 points clear. But the job is not over. If you didn't know, we are fighting relegation with a new manager who did play for us. Adam Lallana has stepped in the hot seat and has to save Grimsby from going down, as he's got a hard ending couple of months with teams below and teams high up. As yes, people, welcome back to the Grimsby to Glory, the finale of Season 3. I can't believe we're already here, as this man Adam Lallana is in charge and we need to go and speak to him about the running. As Adam, thanks for seeing me. I just want a little discussion about the running that we're about to go head into. You've been brilliant for us so far. You will be trusted till the end of the season, but we really need to stay up. The budget will go down if we are a League One club, and that means a lot of players leaving, maybe yourself. This isn't a threat, but we need to be better. Just a bit of consistency, which we didn't get with Troy. As Adam says, look, I'll be honest with you, me and Pearson trying to steer the ship. I will try my best. I've motivated a lot of lads, but we need to keep going, and I know how important this is. You don't have to tell me. That went okay. I mean, I didn't expect him to take it well. As what games do we play today? We start with Millwall. Don't know if that's worth playing. Cardiff definitely is, and Peterborough. We might have to play again, as that is the team we of course love to beat, as the ratings in the squad. Pasalic the best. Thought I'd have a little check. 15 goals as well for David Washington, who's still not a permanent player. As how are our loan boys doing out on loan? You can see Ewan Summers, almost 70 rated. I think he's very good and should be with us whatever league we're in. Bell doing okay. Same with Nathan John, who we play after this game. Ipswich away, I think, as it's a 1-1 draw with Millwall. Not bad, but not what we wanted. You can see they're just above us, but the team immediately above us. Ipswich, who's next? As this cannot be a defeat. Just get a draw at least, Mariners. I am playing it because I noticed one big thing. If we do go down, which is possible, we will play Cardiff next year. So maybe we don't play them. Maybe, of course, we do. And this is one of the last times you will see this horrendous away kit. As Chaplin almost squeezing past us, and we need to get the ball out of the danger zone. Doug Tharm straight on to Malachi. Or is it Malachi? I believe someone told me that it's Malachi. And Mola skips past. Uses Boateng again, who just couldn't keep the ball, and now they will attack us. It's a good interception, Gilchrist, who is another player we'll miss next year. But we can't be dwelling on it as oh my days, how have they stole the ball off the last defender? El Hamadi scores, and Ipswich in front. How have they just slipped through? Doug Tharm, did he lose the ball? I think he did, of course, but their player rapid, and 1-0 to Ipswich. Emre can't save it. Worst possible start when we're facing relegation. Come on, lads. A little bit embarrassing right there. Fiorini in the team. I needed to give a rest to Charlie Savage. Same with Thompson, and that's why Boateng's in the team. As, come on, get out the shape. We're losing 1-0. Been a quiet game up to that. As now Burns running at us. Clinton Mola. No, I'm not having it. How do you give this as a penalty? He gets his foot to the ball. We're getting screwed over here. Is it Anthony Taylor reffing in the championship for once, as Connor Chaplin sends us the wrong way? 2-0 to Ipswich. And it's left us with a trail, as Boateng getting involved this game. I don't think he's got involved for the right reasons, like that pass. But at least he's getting on it, as 2-0 Ipswich at the break. Looking bleak for Lallana. But still, we've got to go again. And Tharm, where are you going? He's left a gap for El Hamadi, who's passed it through that gap onto Chaplin. Shot. Gilchrist with the block, and we need to wake up. Come on, we do need 2 goals. Got to go with that mindset. You can get back into the game as it's in the middle to Taylor. Wes Burns, good passing. Chaplin had the shot, and it was into the gloves of Emre as, come on, can we counter? Ball through to Matty Wolf, who's a defensive-minded player, but he's used Pasalic. Too bad of a touch, straight into Axel Tuanzebe. Leading Ipswich, of course, to another counter on us, and Oliveira through. Near post again. Looking very bleak for us, but we do need a goal back somehow as Ayew on the run. Jordan Ayew picks the ball up. He needs a bit of an option. Will use the man here. Fiorini on the angle. Does force a save. So we can play football. Just a little bit too late in the game. That was towards Ayew. Again with the corner. He came on for Maria as I did make changes. And Boateng's off. Boateng is off the field. Look at that red card. Yep, it's come out the pocket. Very bleak for Grimsby. It's not a comeback now. It's damage limitation because we don't want to go down on goal difference. Ipswich just above us. They've gone through again. And what did I just say? El Hamadi walks through and it's 4-0 the Tractor Boys, who have driven over us. Just bring the game to an end, referee, because they're on an attack after their last goal. Taylor with a shot on target. Emre with a decent save. Still not made up on him. And 4-0 with 10 men is very damaging. But nothing in the press from Adam Lallana as Cardiff is more important now. Definitely need to play them. With Peterborough getting safe, we don't have to play them as much. But Cardiff, 5 points, we have a worse goal difference. So Lallana, my friend, we definitely need to make a team that isn't tired and definitely worth playing, as that didn't look good, but I've simulated a few more days. It is changed around though, with Cairns in the defense, Toby Malaki at left back, and Ayew at left wing. Not a good time to be rotating the side, but we've got to treat them like injuries. You can't play a fatigued player. See if we can get a job done. Of course, Cardiff are a lower place side, and if they do pick up 3 points, we are very much in trouble, leaving them 2 points below us as Tanner running through. He's got a ball onto Sops, who sidesteps us into Colwill, and Tham has come for it. Not got anywhere near it. It is 1-0 to Cardiff in this crucial game. The worst possible start has literally happened. A ball slipped through. And Lallana in serious trouble. But not only Lallana, of course. This club on a whole. Which manager wants to coach a team that will be probably in debt? With the high contracts we've given out this year, we need to be safe. And this man's on a lot of money. Ayew with the ball into Danny Rose. Equals straight away after their goal. Of course, the club legend, Adam Lallana, trusts. So a little bit more faith into the main man right here. 1-1, all square. We need to go again, though. A win needs to happen. We definitely know that as a Tete, tall striker, butchered off it by Wilson, using the big strength right there as Paslick on the ball. We need to try and spin inside, and that's surely a foul, referee. No, nothing given. Okay, I don't think we'll get anything anytime soon. That's handball from their man, but again, was a bad foul. A Tete on the angle and a good save from Emre to keep it all square. But still a corner to defend as the header in from Rivas. It's over the top. It's getting very nervy, which of course you'd expect. You'd expect our players to be nervy. Them, of course, who haven't played much and stepped in for this one. But these two linking up, Ayew and Danny Rose, should not be nervy. A ball through to Savage, who puts it in the bottom corner. Back from Welsh duty and back from a rest that he had against Millwall to put the Mariners in front in a vital home game as the stadium erupts. And we get our lead here. Just what we needed. Now we've just got to keep it. You can see their press is already slightly growing away from home. Something England can't do, even in the Euros over in Germany, as Tanner into a Tete. He goes down low. But a save from Emre. Just need to head this away into Ayew to run. Ayew getting away, and that is the half-time whistle where we do have this lead, but like I say, I'm calming down and we just need to keep it. Especially that the team will get tired, and you know we don't do well with a tired team. Saying that, Cairns, the young centre-half, has been brilliant with a tackle. Now they've got around him though, and Malaki's hit the deck. Did it hit his hand? No, I thought it might have done, but he's got away with it that time. Still, we can't get the ball out. Through to Ruben Colwill, who needs to be saved from another good shot. If what I just said made any sense, I don't even know. I'm very nervous. Squeaky bum time. We need to keep this lead as a ball into Gutas. That needed defending better, as we still can't even get the ball out from our own kicks. They are very much pressing, knowing they must need to get 6 points or 3 points in this 6-pointer. A brilliant tackle from Cairns. Silly as surely offside, but it's not given. Into Colwill, who turns us in the middle, and Wintle has the reply. 2-2 with Cardiff, who have pushed all second half and have got their reward. As now we've got to manage the game, because of course we want to win it. It's a shame we haven't done, but they've been really good second half, and we cannot lose it. Charlie Savage, no. To be fair, they walked onto our foot. I don't think that's a foul. But yeah, Cardiff the much better side, especially in this second half. You expected a fight. Lallana hasn't prepared the team properly for it. But as long as they don't win, and hey, we might have a chance here to wrap it up. We don't. Very sloppy from Pasalic to lose the ball this late on, because if they get a goal, we're in deep trouble. Etete into Colwill, who's allowed to dribble. Save from Emery, and he should have got on the end of it as a 2-2 draw. Not the worst in the world. As Lallana, after the game, asked about the point, of course, is it enough to survive? And can this Grimsby Town side get over the line? To which he says calmly, we do have the belief and we have the players here. As you saw, some needed a rest, which is true, of course. As you can see, the morale's still unhappy, but we can change the team up. And we have the gap still. And I bet Adam Lallana, despite no wins in 3, is liking being above, of course, his rivals Pompey, or ex-rivals Pompey, as we've got a player departure, Harvey Rogers, as you just saw, heading to Spain. Must have had a word with Jacob Bell, who's on loan at the same club, I believe, CD Eldense. As who else is out of contract? We've got Jordan Ayew and Jaden Stockley, who I think will be leaving. Vernon is leaving, Dawson, Rogers, and McJanet, who is a real-life prediction. As you can see on screen, Grimsby Town, the actual club that I support and why I'm doing this, have signed that man. So it's a shame he's leaving, as we have actually got him, as this is the team we're going with for Peterborough. No contract for Ayew just yet, as it's a sim, and in the sim, we lose with Marriott suspended, which isn't good at all, and Portsmouth won. They've got the same goal difference as us, so it's getting very tasty. Not for us much though, as it's Watford next. It's a very difficult run. West Brom, Norwich, and Luton, who we played first. If we play them and McAtee scores the winner against us to send us down, I would be heartbroken. As against Watford, we do lose 2-1. That's not good as well, as the pressure's on harder, and we are in the relegation zone. Cardiff, if we could have just beaten the Bluebirds, we would be safe. But Portsmouth are above us. As where are the teams we still have to play? West Brom are in 5th, Norwich 8th and 9th. So I say one more sim and then 2 highlight packages to save Grimsby Town's bacon in the Championship. Please, we can't afford to go down this season. A point against the Baggies, not bad at all. With Washington getting a goal and Pasalic, of course. Who else but them? They're crucial to our season, as it's Norwich up next, and of course they're fighting for playoffs as we've moved further down. Cardiff starting to win, as I think it's about time. Just before we go into this Norwich game, we do have our team picked. A fully fit, unhappy 11. But I'm gonna get Lallana to talk to Pasalic, a very influential player about our survival chances. As he lets him in the office saying, Marco, welcome. This is an important conversation we have to have. As you know, we aren't in the best of scenarios at the moment, and you are a very good player, probably the best in the team. And I know you was disrespected under the last coach Troy Deeney, so I want to respect you and get the best from you. I know you're not the captain, but can you talk to the lads, try and motivate them, get them up for this game? As I don't know what the future holds for the pair of us, but I know this club's future can't be tarnished. What a crucial pair of games here. Of course, Kenny McLean, old, Norwich, old team, and they've travelled to us as we've got the first highlight. And Marriott through goal. He's hit the goalkeeper gun, and we haven't followed up on it. That is a big miss. Adam Eder, tackle by Doug Tham right there, but he's come a long way, got back into shape as Norwich into Fashnat. He shoots over the bar, and their highlight got finished rather early there, and this could be a good chance if we can hit the ball over the top. It's a good counter. Marriott has a chance to redeem himself. It's a heavy touch, but it's in the back of the net. The youngster Marriott, he's been here a long time now, or a season long, in the starting 11, puts us 1-0 up and sends the Grimsby faithful mental. 1-0 against Norwich. Still a long way to go, as we need to survive here. Come on, no, a good header down from Norwich City on the edge of our box. Hassines moves and plants it in the bottom corner. All level against the Canaries, but still, don't be defeated. Danny Rose, I see at the front post. He has been subbed on, and he did well at defending the corner, but still a chance for Norwich into Adam Eder. That looked top bins, but the highlight didn't count it, and that's why we do highlights as a counter-attack. Savage to run with it. He's got Danny Rose in front of him. Can he use Paslick or Rose? He's just going to keep the ball into Matty Wolf. Please do not lose the ball easily. It's a ball through. No, he has lost the ball. And the game ends a draw. It's a point. But now our season goes down to Luton away. As where are they in the league? They are 9th position. And it's impossible for playoffs. Maybe, just maybe, they take their foot off the brake. But a good goal difference. 22 goals scored as where are we near the bottom. We've conceded 32. But you can notice above the relegation zone by a point. That means Cardiff lost. And also Pompey. As now it is crucial. We've got to rest up and beat them in the final game of the season. As before we get stuck into it, of course I've got to talk to Adam Lallana about our chances of survival right here. And I'll say, Adam, you are such a faithful man to the club. No affiliation till you joined the Black and Whites. And you have gave everything for this club as a player and manager. And for that, I respect you. But I've got to say, this game is crucial for the financial side of things, the player budget side of things, and we will be looking for a manager next season. But if you get a win here, we will consider you. The fans love you here at Grimsby, so that is the fairest I can be. But as you already know, losing this game probably doesn't get you the job. As Lallana says, that is completely fair, boss. I have the lads ready to give it 110%. As this is a big game right here, not for Luton Town, who just sit mid-table, but for the Mariners, who've got the flags flying high away from home. We really need a win, and I shouldn't be put off by it, but this isn't Kenilworth Road, which I thought was in FIFA. As Luton to have a free kick, Ross Barkley over the wall, and we'll take them all day long. Maybe a point will do, but of course we can't dwell on that. As a ball across the field, Doug Tham, you've got to deal with it better. There we go, Gilchrist, a player that's put everything into a Mariners shirt, as this could be an attack. Washington through the middle, it is Pasalic. Please, we spoke to Mario Pasalic and he has missed the target. How has he done that? What could be the most crucial goal in Grimsby Town history he's missed? And still, Kane Wilson good at defending. And another attack to drop, of course, to David Washington, who's still a lone boy. Just keep the ball off them. If we do, they can't score, as Fiorini into Pasalic. That's round the corner. Marriott goes backwards. Pasalic almost caught out, but he's kept the ball at his feet here. Doug Tharm, please, just don't lose the ball with the playing, lads. It's good football. Marriott, he's going to seize the gap. It is Marriott. Just shoot, maybe. He forces a corner, which won't be given, and they get a counter-attack, I'm guessing, from the corner. We need to stop them here. Ross Barkley onto Watson. Louis Watson tackled by Gilchrist. Very sensible foul as we are in the 82nd minute. A point may do, as there's two teams scrapping with us. Ayew with the ball in, and it's a terrible delivery. As I didn't show you, he signed a contract, and the result is a 0-0 with Luton, our Grimsby Championship. As before I show you, I feel like I glazed over that a little bit. I should have spoke about it more, but Ayew signs a 1 year, taking a wage cut, which is brilliant for the club because we need the funds next year to go for maybe a promotion fight. That's if we're in League One as the top scorer this season because the games are all over. David Washington with 16, Pasalic with 10 at a 79 rated, and had manager troubles with Savage getting 6, which is very good for him. But we need a player of the season. As if you don't know how we do this, there should be a poll on the channel with 4 players, so you guys get the vote. The best player will receive a playstyle and a +1, as the best rated player in the squad is Washington, who is only a lone player. Pasalic is second, and then third is actually Nathan Marriott. Don't mind it being a youth player as the third, Charlie Savage, of course. So they're your 4 voters. Oh no, you guys are the voters. They're the 4 that you vote for. Marriott, Savage, Pasalic, or Washington. And there may be another vote as well, so keep your eye out for 2 polls as we've got to see which league we're in before we speak anymore. Are the Mariners surviving? We are! We survived! The point was enough in the end! Grimsby Town finish 2 points clear of Cardiff with a lot worse goal difference than even bottom of the league. As there's another thing I need to show you about our goal difference actually. 39 points. Very lucky to survive. But we will be a championship club, and that's got me thinking, do we sell Pasalic? Do we even sell Doug Tharm? I'm only joking. We're not going to sell them on purpose, but Emre Bilgin, I've praised him a lot this season. But when I flick to his stats, he's got a 4.7 in friendlies and a 5.97 overall. That's a shocking match rating when even Austin Smith in one game managed to get an 8.00. Sure, it was a cup game, but you can see our budget's very low, so next season don't expect anything massive, but do expect to get a lot of money spent straight away. We might sell players as well to make our budget bigger. But now we are safe, and I've got no more speaking to do really. I'm gonna go in game and speak to Adam Lallana. Adam, you know I love speaking to you, and you know I highly respect you, but I can't help but think we survived on luck there, which makes me doubt a little bit that you are the man. Not that you won't be a good manager, and hence why I have called back all the managers we spoke to before, Moyes, Wagner, and Damien Duff, but your name will still be in the pot. As Lallana says, what does that mean for next season and my position at the club? Is it safe? Will I even have a job? As I say, sorry Adam, but I am spending the summer to decide who takes the club on next year. Sure, the budget won't be good because we've only just survived relegation, but I have big ambitions and want to be top half next year. So it's season number 4 as owner of Grimsby, and season number 3 was one to forget. We only just survived with Adam Lallana in charge, but today we hope we can change the tune of the club. We have been given our budget and have players we want to sign, alongside still looking for the perfect manager, as we need to change Grimsby from the team you see in front of you to one that maybe could push for Premier League promotion. As yes people, welcome back to season number 4 now of the Grimsby to Glory Volume 3, as you saw with the budget just then. And in the last episode, if you heard me, I did say we wouldn't have much money, and Lallana is still in charge. I am recording this straight after the last one, so the polls that have gone out won't be read just yet, but they will at one point. As you can see, we're going to start by looking into the kits before any players. As huge shout out to Billy, who made this home kit for us. You can see we've got a new sponsor, Hope to Glory, I believe it is. And it's different stripes. Of course, Doug Tham is modeling. As this away kit as well, we had to go bold with the new sponsor, and I love this away kit. Kind of a Lunar New Year aspect from the Ultimate Team kits, and I think it's very neat. For a championship club anyway, as the last one, the goalkeeper kit, it's kind of straightforward. It's definitely not the upgrade arrow that we had last year to mark our promotions, as Bilgin, who will be wearing it, is a player we've got to look into. Because business is going to go down today, and he looked good, but actually didn't perform good. He made some impressive saves, but on the whole, it's not rated him very well last season. As last season as well. Turning the words around, but David Washington, he's still on loan, and we do have the settle to buy option. Don't know if he's won the poll yet, but I'm not going to go for it. We need to be smart with money, and we need to make money. As with that said, Adam Lallana's going to speak to Pasalic, which he did last time out, who is our best player. So Marco, my future at the moment is up in the air, but the owner MWS has asked me to ask you about yours. You're the highest valued player, and you're 25 years old, playing some very good football, but of course we're in the championship. How do you feel about the club? Do you want to stay at Grimsby because you are in your final year of contract, and you might help the club if you move? To which Marco says, well, I feel like it's a good position. If I do want to leave the club, I'm glad to help the club. But I haven't made my mind up. I do like the north of England. I have been here for 3 years. My family is settled. But I can't help but think if a Premier League club or a top division club comes in, I have to move. Which is fully understandable, but we've got to say as well, not even the first team we need to improve, but the bench looks very sloppy. Although when we go down from the bench, we do have Summers back, Jacob Bell, Nathan John. Is it the year of youngsters? As we can switch the team around straight away and put Savage back and then put Summers in. We've got another one in the team, but can we fit another one in as the academy this year? We've got Harley Shields at 17 and Ibrahim Bell, another Bell-named player, as we are going to promote them both. They're not first-team quality, though. Definitely both on the loan list, as I believe it's our last year of using an English academy. Next year, hopefully, we will go abroad because we should be more reputable as a club. As you can see, a lot of players leaving right here. These go this season, literally when we skip a day, as players out of contract this year. Kieran Green, Nathan John, Malarkey, Danny Rose, who is 64 rated. We've spoke on Ayo going down, Paslick out of contract, Wolf, and Doug Tham. Kinda concerning. We could lose these two, but we can't sign them up just yet because we've got to utilize the money. In the market, of course, as I have done my scouting, I went free agents first to find Mark Casado. I tracked this man last year, and with Kieran Green in his final year of contract, I'll leave Adam Lallana to try and sign this man up. As he's straight out of Barca's academy, we are offering him a crucial role with a 4-year contract length. Midfielder speaking to midfielder. And it looks like Lallana's convinced him. What a first signing that is. A versatile man who's come from La Masia. Is it called La Masia? I don't know, but he's gone from a terrible academy in Barcelona to a brilliant one in Grimsby. I'm only joking, of course, as we've got 2 midfielders on the bench now, and Fiorini's the one I've dropped. He hasn't been great for us, and I don't know how it got past me, but he does have Lincoln City links, so maybe he is a player to sell for money. As a player, I don't want to sell for money, but gets a lot of bids in for him. David Cairns, the youngster. I will be rejecting Almeria. Why can't someone bid on this man, Bilgin? Cairns is in the team. Gilchrist has gone. Washington has gone. Malachi, a lot of them. We don't get much money back in return. So, yep. It's going to be a very tight marketplace. So although he's not manager just yet, I am going to speak to Lallana, who's got Premier League transfer experience, on where we should move. So Adam, first of all, sorry on the uncertainty about your job, but I can see you're a professional, and I'd love your advice on who we need to sign to get better as a club, apart from Casado. As he says, well, it would be nice to actually know I've got a job, but like you say, I am a top professional. And from my professional thinking, we did beat some good teams to stop us from getting relegated, such as Cardiff. Can we check Cardiff's squad, see if they've got any decent players, and filter them to our squad, stealing them for cheaper? And I tell you what, Adam, that is not a bad shout at all, because Mark McGuinness has a contract expiring, just been relegated, so we should get a permanent centre-back at 25 years old, who's championship quality, for actually rather cheap, as I apologise to Cairns, our centre-back, young centre-back on the bench, but he won't be playing. As McGuinness moves to the right-hand side, Tharm on the left. Could we improve our left-back still? But we do have to look for a striker first. Danny, I love you, mate, but you cannot be playing as striker, as Pasalic and Savage getting a few players on international duty. For a team that struggled, as we've loaned out one of our players, Ibrahim Bell goes to Pendixmore. Good luck to you, my friend. As we receive an offer straight afterwards, a permanent one. Lewis Fiorini from Luton, who did finish actually rather high up. I don't know why they'd want him, but I am going to accept that one. Hey, we got him on a free. As the next offer, though, Marco Pasalic from Sheffield United. A team that is a championship club still, but with the recent form we're on and the price they wanted to buy him at, I believe this could be the end of the road for Marco, as we're going to be cheeky, asking for 40 million, which they accept, and Pasalic could go. Oh, and they are flooding in the offers now. He's even got one from Salzburg, which I am going to accept. That is a top division club. As thank you for your service. And this is actually a sad moment. We're getting a lot of money in for him, but Pasalic leaves the Mariners. A sad, sad time, but 37 million in our bank account, which is good. And now we need to spend that. But first, it's back to the office where Adam Lallana pulls Doug Tharm, saying, Captain, I'm pretty sure you read about Pasalic. I know how good he was for the club and how influential he was, but the money we have received is brilliant for Grimsby. So not only on behalf of the board am I promising that we will sign a lot of players, but I'm making a promise to you. If you can motivate the lads and get performances out of yourself, I will offer you a much improved deal halfway through the season. The board say they'll allow it, but it might not be me giving you it. But I'm passing on the message, and you're valued at the club. So not a bad conversation with Doug Tharm, and the team doesn't look unhappy, but let's make them happier. With some incomings as David Washington, we are going to look at, well, his rating's gone up, and his price tag's gone up. Which means this season we're without Washington and Pasalic, but we are on for a big squad rebuild, and we'll build from the back. With Isaac Schmidt, a left back from Switzerland, only 5 million evaluation, in his prime at 26. We're going to pin him down to a 3-year deal, improving our defensive line, which of course we needed to improve, but we ain't just stopping there. We're going behind the defensive line for Joaquin Ezeketa, who's in his last year of contract, so should be rather cheap. And I am going to try and sign him, bang on his transfer market evaluation, which is accepted. Poaching him to be the new #1 at the club, but Bilgin is still here. They will just have to fight it out. Bit of healthy competition never hurts anyone anyway, as there he is in the goal. But we're still not done with signings, as we are looking for that replacement for David Washington and Marko Milovanovic, 22-year-old Serbian, and he is 6'5", physical, good shooting. This could be the replacement, as he's gonna cost us a lot of money, but still, That's less than we would have probably paid for Washington, so we accept it. Welcome to the club, Marco. We have got a new Marco and we got rid of the old Marco. Marcos remain in a Grimsby lineup as he's cost 8.6. A big investment, but he's our permanent striker. Dropping Rosie to the bench, and now it's only right wing we must try and get better in. We could put Summers back there, but I have other plans. Maybe overpaying, but I really want to get John McAtee. A return to the club. He was my favourite player when here. He got us promoted from non-league and then, of course, transferred to Luton with an 8.5 market evaluation, which is heavy, but he could play striker, cam, and be our starting right winger. I believe so anyway. So without further ado, John McAtee, welcome. He is back home. One of the best players in recent years to grace Blundell Park, but he's going to have to compete and be better than Pasalic, who of course went and left us, as it only takes 2 weeks for him to become a right winger. Perfect, Johnny boy, as that is the team we have crafted for the championship with still money left over and definitely a stronger bench. 9 million left over, in fact. But when we go to transfers, go to transfer history, look how much we've been paying. That's over 17 million for 2 players right there. Then a goalkeeper, then Schmidt. Yes, we have made our money, but we must be very close with FFP, as we are a championship club and another championship club, Preston, we begin with, who are a team we've beat a lot before, as Adam Lallana's going to speak to Charlie Savage, an influential player, you could say. Charlie, you've been here a while now, and I've already spoken to Doug. I want to speak to you to motivate the lads. The ownership have told me we cannot start like last season, and all of our jobs are on the line, so we need a performance. As yes, off the field, brilliant in the transfer market, brilliant with the players, the morale is high, but the fans coming to Blundell Park will be expecting a lot. Come on, Grimsby! Start this year strong. And not only in this game, but please do it in real life. John McAtee back on the ball. Love it in a Grimsby shirt. Not the best of passes though, but he's won the ball back high up the field. Here he goes, John McAtee. We could start very strong here. It's Marco on the turn. And a pretty poor shot, as do not let them score straight away. We've been conceding a lot of goals. Schmidt, the new left back to be tested. Good tackle from the Swiss man, as now we need to attack. Marriott, he was up for player of the season last year, and we will announce that next episode. Terrible tackle from Story, but it looks like we can cause problems, which we didn't do much last year. Pass that off. Marriott. Nathan strikes Story, who's getting involved in this game, as now we need to try and get involved going forward. Skips past us, and another man skips past us. It's a bad bit of goalkeeping from the new keeper. And 1-0 Preston at Blundell Park. We can't be having this. Kane Wilson rounded too easily. Miss kick from McGuinness. And the goalkeeper's terrible. Or terrible on that occasion. Now we need McAtee magic. And we need some team cohesion. Of course they are all new players. But this isn't very acceptable. And Matty Wolf should know McAtee. They was together at Barnsley at the start of this save. As a good run from the left back Schmidt, who is playing very well, to dink the ball in the middle. Just took away, but the chance is still on. Wolf into Wilson. Wilson round the corner. McAtee magic right here. Ball just behind everyone. It's terrible, as still we win the ball back up the field. Marco with the pass into Summers. It's a save by Dawson. Our ex-goalkeeper, of course, in the net for Preston. He's signed a pre-contract deal, as can there be a goal here? Summers into the middle. Charlie Savage tackled by their striker, bringing a swift end to the move, but we still get the ball back before half-time. Can we move? We don't want to be 1-0 down at the break. The fans could get on our back, but 1-0 down we will be. And come on, Adam Lallana. I know your job isn't safe, as we've made a change at half-time. Casado for Matty Wolf. Trusting the ex-Barca boy, as that's a good tackle, you know, and we are far up the field to move here. Marco needs to beat the defender. He's supposed to be a target man, not a pace man, but he gives it back into Nathan Marriott through Cameron Dawson as he beats his ex-teammate, and the youngster scores to open his account and our account for the season, as we need to be stronger than last year. And our number 9, I mean, it's poor from Cameron Dawson, and that's why we let him go. Still, his replacement hasn't been very good, but we cannot dwell on the negatives now. Level at home, crowd behind us. As John McAtee, can he slip in? A man through right here. It's Summers, the other youngster. Could it be 2 youngsters to score? Summers, brilliant move. It's Summers. It's a save. He had to score it. Unlucky from the cam, but still, they're going to link up our youngsters from the corner as the delivery to the back stick. Not a bad idea as we're winning the ball back every occasion. Doug Tham has been immense in this game as he's giving it to Schmidt. And Savage needs runners. He's got a runner here. It's the wrong player, but Schmidt picks up on the ball right here. He's going to drill it into Marco, who loses it and puts a horror tackle in. But for all the negatives he's had, we have had positives as McAtee steals it off the defender. John McAtee, no! That could have been a fairy tale story, but he loses out on the ball. Still, Kane Wilson steals it back. He's going to run at the defense. Cuesta, man. Kane Wilson, man. He has been terrible. And they've got past Mark McGuinness. Preston looking dangerous. A recovery tackle is brilliant. And it is just what we needed. Right, we've took Marco off. He got a yellow card and a horror debut. McAtee up front. Nathan John on the wing. As we need to move quick here, Nathan. Welcome back from a year away. And he's not that high rated. You can kind of see why. Terrible football, but a brilliant ball from Casado into Kane Wilson. Can we win it? Kane Wilson running through. He's got a man at the side of him if he can get it into John McAtee. It's a save from Dawson. How are we not winning this? Oh my days. Right, we need to work this corner perfectly. A short one. Marriott to try and drag it back as he's kept it into Summers. Luke Summers. Oh my days, it's been saved. And it's the final whistle. We don't even get the corner. Cameron Dawson, our ex-goalkeeper, stopping us on opening day from 3 points, but a very promising performance. So season 4 started with a bang as we made loads of signings, plus a player return. John McAtee, my favourite Grimsby Town player of all time, is back at the club. But it's not all good news. He did fail to score as we were held to a 1-1 draw with Preston. But we hope things get better for Adam Lallana as today he gets the job permanently. As yes, guys, welcome back. I'm up to date, so I have seen the poll, which looks like this. Adam Lallana storming it. So yes, he's going to be our permanent manager. Where's he gone? There he is, as we're not going to speak to him first, but we are going to get some speaking done right about now with youngster Summers, who Lallana's going to speak to directly about his form in the first game of the season. Well, kid, I cannot lie. You were excellent first game. Very unlucky to score against our old keeper Dawson. And because of that, I'm going to go on a whim here and say I really trust you and want to offer you a contract. Or the board do, because I still don't know about my job. But on the table is a 4-year deal. So please sign it quickly before the big clubs come. And it looks like he's going to do it. Lallana stood up very happy. We will speak to him about his job. Is there a handshake? Yes, there is. As he's staying at Grimsby for a lot longer is Ewan. And he's going to compete in the cam position with Bell. But not just Bell. When we scroll down here, he could actually be a decent winger, and John McAtee's on the wing. As is he ready? Or he's still got one more week, but I'm trusting Johnny Boy to play out wide. As we do have 9 million left, we did receive a lot of money, and we have players running out of contract, so we definitely can't spend it all. Plus, we want to save some, of course, for the start of next season. But first of all, we've got to tell Lallana about his job. As Adam, I apologise deeply for keeping you waiting. About your future here and your future as the manager. I'm delighted on behalf of the board here at Grimsby to say we want to appoint you as the first team permanent manager. As Lallana says, thank you. I really feel I've earned it. Sorry if that sounds big-headed, but I just love the job and think the players are happy, but I know they can be happier if we start winning more games in the league. Very glad how that went. No ask about the wage or anything, as it is Watford we have to build upon, because we started okay with a draw. And wow, I love this away kit, the Royal Lunar kit. As push up the field, Doug Tharm with a big header out to Marriott. And we're going to try and reach for Milanovic. Poor first game from the big man, I've got to admit. But David Washington took time to tick at the club, as that's a brilliant ball from Nath. On to Matty Wolf. It is through to Milanovic. What a save. Backman. Maybe a sweaty option, but we didn't actually go for it. Corner ball, though. We do have a big man to aim for now. And Doug Tharm stayed back. I don't know about him staying back from corners, as Summers get it out wide. John McAtee has to get inside. He goes to pass it into Milanovic again as the number 10 rolls it in the bottom corner for 1-0 Grimsby. And the big man opens his account at Watford. And we are winning in the championship. This isn't like us. It's not like us at all, but don't do an England and sit back when there's a little positive in the game. They're round us. A ball in. Allen. Level. Unbelievable stuff. Can we not mark a man? Okay, so it's a reset. I don't mind. We've just got to get on with it. Doug Tharm across. That's a good ball straight through the middle. And Matty Wolf, chip that over for McAtee. Come on. We need to find a goal back. McAtee across the net. I don't mind him on the right-hand side as Savage through the middle. Can Charlie Savage hit from range? Savage forces a save. And we are playing better. Come on, we've got to look for Marco from the corner. As we do, we've planted it on his head and it falls to Savage to strike the post. An unbelievable chance, but it's not enough to get in front. Just before half-time anyway, as now we need to get moving. Kane Wilson, bad touch, but he does have McAtee in front of him. We need to get brighter. Second half, a nice little move, and John McAtee instantly in front. It's a good run from John. As he wins it back, they just literally pass it back into him, and Wilson with a good ball. Needed a front post runner just to latch onto it as Schmidt. He's been brilliant. It was brilliant in the last game at making runs like that. As I believe the referee may have called a penalty. Did it hit a hand from his cross? Fingers crossed it did. Delcroix. Oh, it looks like he has punched it. And a penalty for the Mariners just when we've made changes. As Milanovic came off, leaving Danny Rose on the field. Rosie to take the penalty, and I am going to go down the middle to try and solve the riddle. He's hit the crossbar, all my days, and we've missed the header as well. How has Danny done that? Maybe not a great idea to have his first touch being a penalty as McAtee. We are absolutely dominant, showing we don't want to be in a relegation fight this year. Mark McGuinness has been brilliant, and Savage, come on. Sloppy play. And a ball straight through the middle. They have gone round the goalkeeper. 2-1 Watford. And I just don't believe it. I just can't fathom it. It's a ball straight through. And our goalkeeper's been bad again. As it seems many of our players are. As can we get out to Delcroix? No, we don't. Loser. Good save from the keeper this time, but it's not enough to stop us from losing. Loser with another strike. 3-1 Watford. And I don't believe it. They haven't deserved it, but we get beat. So it's 1 point from 2. As that game sits us... Oh, it's the Carabao Cup next. It doesn't sit us anywhere there, but in the Championship, 19th, which of course is not where we want to be, but it's early days yet. And I'm gonna speak to Lallana again. Well, Adam, we both watched that opening game with our own eyes and saw how it unfolded. Do you realise why that was the case? As he says, yes, I do a bit, boss. I am ashamed in the performance. But I do know it's early days, and I know we need to get stuff done. Not to be demanding, despite just getting the job. But I'd like to make a few changes to help us become more professional. First of all, coaches. We don't have many at the club. Just me and Sean Pearson, so I'd love to get some more on board. And I have been in touch with some ex-coaches and staff from Brighton and Southampton for another striker. Danny is brilliant. I do want to keep him at the club. But for now, he just lacks pace in the Championship. And I hate to admit it, I am good friends with Danny, but he needs replacing. And I hate to really admit it because I love Danny Rose, but he just isn't cutting it, and he did miss that penalty. As Adam said, he'd spoke to ex-Brighton and Southampton staff, and maybe they've chucked Dennis Undav in our direction. Is he transfer listed or something? Yes, he is. Nicely done. So maybe Lallana asked Brighton to transfer list him, and he's absolutely killing it in real life for Stuttgart, as here he is at Grimsby. We've just gone and signed him. The only problem is he is only 2 years younger, but he should be a lot better quality than Danny Rose for the bench. And although he is only a bench player, he's on a huge wage, so it is a big gamble, but unlike Troy Deeney, I'm not going to bother Lallana. I'm not going to just speak to him about getting the best out of him. I'm just going to let him rock him, and hey, maybe he plays, because we do have the cup next, which is Rotherham in the Carabao. And we have reached a good status as a club to have now a fully rotatable team, so we can keep energy on players. I know that's been a big issue when I have been simming games, but the team doesn't win. We are out of the Carabao Cup, but I guess that gives us time to focus elsewhere on, of course, the coaches, which Adam Lallana said he wanted. As I've tried to balance them around, that's all we can get. Not many on attack, but our attackers are our best players. It's the young midfield and defence we need to help out. Speaking of helping out, John McAtee, a 75 right winger, straight onto an inverted winger role, because that's what I want him to do. Cut inside of men and score some McAtee wonder goals. As the next game, well, Southampton, Lallana's ex-club, which we had a brilliant game against last time, the end of last season. As yes, after this we'll get some simming done, but we have to play this game. Come on, we need to mark up. Adam Armstrong, a counter-attack. No David Washington, but Nathan Marriott's still here. He played very well against them last time. A ball into Charlie Savage. Terrible shot, really, but a decent little switch across the field here into Marco. Marco on the angle. Let's get Dennis Undav on. That looked a very poor shot as Adam Armstrong again. We've got to mark up our men better. Slipping through the lines. Big save from Joaquin. The best save he has made. But still Southampton come at us. And I tell you what, they should have scored. But a free kick for us. How's Marriott's delivery? Front post. It did look quite decent. But come on, game. Sub Undav on. We could use our new striker. I believe that's him in the middle. Dennis Undav goes round Lumley. And Dennis Undav scores on his Grimsby Town debut against ex-South Club rivals Southampton from Brighton, of course. Him. His arms are going a little bit weird, but I don't care, as that's the end of the game. Lallana loves to beat Southampton, and our first points on the board, or 3 points in the Championship. Lovely little sim, that one, and how good is it having a brilliant backup striker in Dennis Undav. He really helped us out, but still it's only up to 13th. The league's not settled yet. We are above rivals Hull City. And you know what? I would actually love it to stay that way as Peterborough. We always find a way to beat them, and it's 2 wins from 2. Savage and Marriott, the scorers as QPR. They are bottom of the league, a little bit tired, and it's a late draw. Milovanovic getting a late goal, though, as I'm waiting to see who our big team that we will play next is. A lot of bids for Cairns, but not great bids. Werder Bremen and Newcastle. I've missed another one here. Inter. Wow. I didn't even realise that one. But then again, I wouldn't have accepted it as who's top at the moment. AFC Bournemouth, Norwich up there. Norwich, we do play next. But with us having Burnley after that and Sheffield United, I would rather play them 2 games and simulate the Canaries. Come on, we should be fully fit here for Norwich City at home. Undav and Milovanovic. They both got goals, as I think, or I believe, Undav went into cam and did very well from that position. But no, I'm not doing it. I am keeping Summers in there. I trust this man more, A lot of potential with him. As we are on to deadline day and everyone wants our youngsters, I'm going to loan Austin Smith to Huddersfield in the league below. I believe we don't need 3 keepers as Nathan Marriott we do need. He is 20-year-old now. That's older than I thought. Losing a few potential years to get that rating higher, but I don't care. Skipping through the window straight onto Burnley, who just sit above us. But you know what? I believe we can reach the Bournemouth game today, and that's the next full game to play. So we've got that to look forward to. But Burnley, in the meantime, let's just do what we did to Southampton on the South Coast. As Burnley will be a good side and they start with a solo run at Turf Moor. We can't lose in this kit. Not again after the trip to, of course, Vicarage Road, as it's a good run from them. But a save from Shocking. The keeper, which is rare. I mean, I am thinking about Bilgin, but how bad he was last season. He just stays out still. As poor communication with the passing right there. And Pepe is through. And it's hit the crossbar somehow. How did he miss that? But anyway, we'll carry on as a corner ball. Looking for Milanovic. He isn't really winning headers, which is concerning because Washington, of course, did. And now we need to try and go around our man. We can't get around Jordan Bayer. A little bit concerning as it's bloody all Burnley at the moment. A crossing opportunity. I mean, they do have some very good players. But again, we've just defended them very easily as Ewan Summers. I always want to call him Luke Summers. I don't know why, but he's on a run and he's got no real support unless he goes very backwards, as he does through the middle into Marriott. And now McAtee, John McAtee, just waiting for another pass. It's sloppy, but we still have kept the ball. Nathan Marriott to shoot. Always a tough ask, that shot, as can we keep them out right here? It's a tackle, but still, Lyle Foster has his shot saved. Is there another highlight? No, there isn't. A 0-0. And at Turf Moor, I do think we just take it. We just have to and then move straight on into the next game. Ipswich, ex-Premier League Ipswich, we've hammered 4-1. Okay, so I didn't expect that. And we are going to go again with Swansea fully fit. We only get a draw, though. And that's disappointing as it stands. As it stands, we're in the playoffs after 9 games. We have only been beaten once. And I know what I've just done there. I've spoken other defeats, but I haven't. Undav, 1-0 against Sheffield United. A huge result as we go into Rotherham, 4-0. And 2 goals from John McAtee. The Mac is back to stack up the goals alongside Milanovic, Undav, and Kane Wilson with 3. But honestly, lads, you are doing me very proud at the moment. A couple of increases as well, including Summers and Matty Wolf. Good to see you finally increasing a little bit, Matty, but you are running out of contract. Something to think forward to. But the only thing I can think of right now to look forward to, Bournemouth, top of the league, and we are second. And you might have guessed, they are the team we play next. I believe we are at home. We can't go above them, as they've somehow got 5 points clear. But they're a very good team on paper, and they've come in white when our kit's black and white. Still, we'll play on. I mean, it is better than their red, actually. And we need to make them red, embarrass them, score 4 again. As we're playing really well, but they've got good players. Sinisterra, Levi Colwill has jumped across from Chelsea. Good tackle by McAtee, though, as he's going to release Charlie Savage to release Nathan Marriott, who needs to drag that back and go out wide again. No. Almost a good move as Alex Scott. Jeez, the talent they have in their squad. Unreal. Castellanos is their striker and Sinisterra. When he is doing that, how can we compete? You've got to laugh or you'll cry because Sinisterra has just done that in the championship against Grimsby. Not to talk negatively about ourselves, of course, too much, but we really need to be better. We can't compete with Bournemouth. As can we maybe creep into their box just for the once? Here's Ewan with a turn. Kane Wilson, one of our top scorers, needs to release the ball. No, just give it to the side of you. It's a terrible pass, and Justin Clivert, good tackle by McGuinness. At least we've got defensive coaches as Castellano steps aside. A finish into the bottom corner. Going to be a long day. I mean, this Argentine plays for Girona, or played for Girona, played alongside Messi, and he's in the bloody championship. How can we compete? Seriously, how can we compete? As, hey, if we do get a goal back, it could be decent at this time. It's in to the middle. A save, and McAtee, you have to be scoring. Where is the urgency? I mean, you're urgent to get the ball back, but you should have scored initially. Charlie Savage, Matty Wolf. Is that hitting a hand? Absolutely stinky. Same with the result at halftime. 2-0 to the Cherries, but they have scored 2 in 45 minutes. So we have made a halftime change. Ewan Summers just coming off. Nothing really wrong with him. But we had to get Undav on, who was in cam behind Milanovic. And Undav making a move. This is the quality we get with the German. Already looking for that angle, as we are going to keep on crossing until Milanovic scores one day, as it's handled by the defender. I believe it's Sinistera. And yes, a terrible jump. As to who do we give the penalty to? Definitely not Charlie Savage. Dennis Undav, that's who. We've gone from Danny Rose taking penalties to Undav, who scores to get us the half deficit. As we're chasing the game closer now, Lloyd Kelly still at the Cherries. But come on, Grimsby. Just wake up and get another goal. Come on, we've got our bright spark. Dennis Undav from the bench. He's been brilliant since he's come in. Looking for a pass onto McAtee. Could we make it 2-2 immediately? Nathan Marriott through bodies. Very easy for Rocha. Should have made him struggle a bit more, as no. Castellanos, a good tackle by Tharm. Savage, bad pass, leading to a Cherries corner, but you can see we're getting a bit more urgent as Scott took a shot, and we're a counter-attacking team, don't forget. It's Matty Wolf. Get that pass off. It has just slipped through to Savage, who has to pull it back now to try and pass it now. Good pass into Undav, and again, McAtee right on the side. This is a brilliant ball onto Wilson, back into John McAtee, who, no! Referee! Foul! You've got to give the foul! He got took out in the box, off the ball, a little bit of a shove. I'm going to be going to the PFA as we need to try and track our man. Do not let it go 3-1. I do believe we've been beat. Schmidt with the tackle. And the free kick to come in, which Doug Tharm heads away. McAtee with the whack forward, and we were breaking right there as well. Still, 2-1 Cherries. And our first defeat in a while. As I'm not unhappy with Adam, but I do want to hear what he has to say in the press as they ask him about his second defeat of the season. To which he says, I wasn't worried. They definitely have a big budget, but I'm more worried about our next game and the new manager. As what's he on about, new manager? He is the new manager. Is he talking about Plymouth? Have they sacked Wayne Rooney? Oh my days, they have done. And look who it is. Plymouth Argyle have got Troy Deeney. So last time out with Grimsby, pretty well, flying up the league, scoring goals for fun, until Bournemouth came around and turned us to garbage, with the big money signings putting us to the sword. But not all is bad though, as we do sit third, just outside of Watford in second. As speaking of Watford, remember Troy Deeney, the manager who had a bad spell here. He's in charge of Plymouth Argyle now, who we play first in today's episode. As yes, this is going to be very tight for Lallana. Not only is it awkward facing who you've replaced, but he's a player that played under Troy Deeney when he was actually coaching us at the start of the championship. But now, of course, we're into our second season at this level, and after fighting relegation, just surviving, we are flourishing near the top, but we cannot have it stop here as we are in third, and Plymouth, they're down in 20th. So you can kind of understand why Troy Deeney has got the job. He didn't get relegated with us, but almost did. Going close as their first away. That is a long travel. As today, I would like to make it to the next window. So we've got to get cooking. As for the next game, well, we do have Savage on international duty. And the best player to replace him is Casado, who is a wonder kid we signed when he was released from Barcelona. And I quite frankly can't believe he hasn't come good yet. He has not took his opportunities. And that's slightly worrying, as let's hope he just steps it up. I'm not going to speak to the player, jinx anything at all. I'm just going to trust him. So here we go, Plymouth Argyle against ex-manager Troy Deeney. I am desperate to beat him, and I'd love if Adam Lallana just gave him it a little bit, because he did fall out with a lot of players and cause a nuisance, which wasn't very good for the club, as we've got to throw in straight out to Marriott into Casado. Come on. That's nice little skill from the Spaniard, who's yet to, of course, touch down in Cleethorpes here on the coast, as that's a good ball into Schmidt. Hits it at the defender, as he's been brilliant, Schmidt. He has really been a good player. And look at Casado with a turn into Matty Wolf, who is at his distance, and it's a brilliant save. Not long now until he scores one of his worldies, which we need to get him back to. But Plymouth with a chance, and it is just wide from Izaka. We need to be careful, as their strikers might be decent. They are coached by a former striker, and Wilson coming into the midfield. He's going inverted, which is funny because that's the tactic our first manager wanted to play, David Artel, as Casado moves inside. It's Casado, number 33, our Spanish midfielder. Not doing too bad, but still we didn't get past our man, as Wolf gets the header down. Matty Wolf to keep on running. He's going to look for his teammate, and his passing is all over the place, especially this season. And his passing could have resulted in a goal for Plymouth, but Isaac has hit the crossbar, letting us survive once more. And come on, we've not woken up. This is probably Milovanovic's first touch, and same can be said for McAtee, but he does have a run on here. John McAtee gets it in the middle. And I can't lie, that first half, little bit let down, boys. We need to be a bit more attacking. Dennis Undav is on our bench, cueing the substitution. It's not been Milovanovic's game right here. As a run from Nathan Marriott, he's dropped into the midfield, and number 9 on the wing, and he's got a ball into Milovanovic, looking for the 1-2, using Schmidt now, who has always beaten defenders, and he's put it out for a goal kick. Very dodgy from him. I expect a lot better, mate. Come on. You're doing yourself an injustice right there, as Casado somehow keeps it. He's had a very decent game covering for, of course, Charlie Savage, who is at Wales. But then again, we've lost the ball elsewhere, and Summers, it's fallen to him. Undav making a move. Dennis Undav past the defender and shooting into the bottom corner. That is what you call an impact from the bench. Seriously, on the left foot, assisted by Ewan Summers on the chest. Left foot bounces it into the side netting. The man is unreal, and nobody can stop him. As Whittaker, we need to stop him. Doug Tharm, come on, you've been easily rounded. Don't let them back in the game, Matty Wolf. He's better defending than he is attacking, which is rather unusual, as don't let them get forward right here. Come on, only 1-0, not a good scoreline. But at the end, it is really only the points that do matter, as McAtee, he needs to probably get amongst the goals soon, as Wilson on the run. He's been amongst the goals, and Ewan Summers almost joins in the fun. Very, very close, as we need to win that header. And Matty Wolf dominant in the air, as Marriott, he's going to keep the ball here. Can we look for another one late on? I've put Liam Thompson on, and he just hits it at the defender. And oh wow, okay, that was the end of the game. So we're straight into the presser, and I guess we beat Troy Deeney. So Adam, you've got one up against the last manager to coach you. How does that feel coming from a manager's perspective? It's quite nice, I can't lie, especially after hearing the words of Troy Deeney when he was manager, saying I was too old to do good. Well, I don't mind Lallana biting back. I think Troy deserves it, as we are up to third, or should I say staying at third, as the only two teams above us in the league at the moment are the teams to beat us. As something I'm thinking here, not that our defense has done bad, but a player that's done better defending wise than actually attacking is the man Adam Lallana is bringing into the office right here. It's a club legend at the moment, Matty Wolf. Matty, I've spoke to a lot of players over the recent weeks, and I'd like to speak to you about your positioning on the field. I'm an ex-midfielder, and I did like going box to box, but when I look at you, I just don't see you as an attacker. So here's what I'm going to offer you, and listen up because it's simple. I'm willing to upgrade your contract and extend your stay at Grimsby if you could train as a centre-back in this team. Which Matty says, yeah, sure, I'll give it a go, boss. I do like getting stuck in, and I know we've got a lot of other midfielders. So it looks like the deal is done. Adam Lallana is going to be training Matty Wolf as a centre-back instead of playing him in the midfield. Plus, he's got a new deal, and there we go. It takes 2 weeks. He's not got much pace, but he's a very physical player. And yes, it is bad for McGuinness and definitely bad for Cairns, who probably needs a loan deal now. But it's definitely good for Casado, who gets to, of course, step in to the midfield role right now. And another player stepping in for West Brom is Undav, a brilliant player. And we are at home for this next game, Blundell Park. And West Brom are just below us, so I couldn't really risk, simming over this game. It is only a highlight package, though, and Savage back from international duty into Tharm, and Wolf, he should be up the field a little bit, but he's not right here. It's Marriott who puts a ball into the middle, and that was actually Matty who was diving at the ball as in the top corner. Red card, but on the field, a highlight. It's Marriott running through. Nathan Marriott's overtouched it. A big chance for us, as I'm guessing they'll get highlights from now on. I don't know who has got sent off, but they're trying to get round the defense. It's Thomas Asante. Good save, and Wilson has to clear it. Close for the Baggies, as we've got a free kick right here, and I'm going to try and cross it edge of the box. And that is actually dreadful. Marriott, what you doing? As now Swift to try and put a ball swiftly into our box, headed away. And the highlight finishes. Will the game finish? Yes, I knew it. When you get a highlight in the 74th minute, it always roughly ends afterwards. And a 0-0 draw. It happens a lot in sim games, but with 10 men, probably the best thing to happen this time. And this is rather unusual. You can see no one suspended. The red card we got in the last game doesn't seem to carry over. But we are going to be simulating Middlesbrough the next game. And Undav didn't start, but Savage gets us 3 points. Lovely stuff, as after 2 games, we are second. Watford have dropped points, and we're sneaking up on Bournemouth, but still very far away, as we do have a position change. It's not going to be, of course, Matty Wolf this time, but the man stepping into midfield to replace him, Casado. Stepping into legendary boots in the midfield of Grimsby, and I really wanted to use this guy, so I'm glad he's playing well. Our weakest 2 in the team now, you might just see right there, are our youth players, but I'm not taking them out as we suffer defeat. Stoke beat us as, I can't lie, a shock to the system, but Matty has trained to be a centre-back. 79 rated. Are you absolutely kidding me? Now, this man looks like he is, well, he's definitely the best player in the team. Coming all the way through with us, up all the divisions, and he's +5 overall. Only at 26. Brilliant from Matty. I cannot believe how we've changed the team. We are looking very good now. And we're heading into the derby. Hull City, and as you can see, 22 points, whereas we have 29 and want to get back to second. So Tharm and Wolf, 2 Season 1 lads, are partnering in the defence against Hull City in a derby. Not what I expected to say, but one thing I expected to say, because I'm saying it too often right now. Charlie Savage is playing for Wales. So Thompson is back in. He cost us £1 million, did Thompson, and I'm yet to see anything from that. Casado was a free and he's better. So yeah, he needs to learn from him, as Casado straight away on the ball. A killer pass into Wilson and gets the ball back into McAtee. We were hammered by Hull City last season in, of course, the derby, as that's a brilliant shot to start off with. Marko Milovanovic, who still is starting games despite not scoring as many as Undav, because I do trust him in this team and I do want to get the best out of his potential. But at the moment, I can't lie, I'm not seeing it. He's not as good as, of course, David Washington, who went by, but still I'm keeping faith. As Kane Wilson, can he hit a man in the middle from his decent crosses, which he's always put into the box and been very decent with. Javier Simmons though they're trying to come at us, and Kane Wilson, he's been brilliant apart from that pass, as it's a good shot from there, man. Andy Lonergan rattling the crossbar of our goalkeeper's net, who's been decent. Definitely a foul on our man. Catching the ankles of the man in our midfield as Thompson kicked the ball. You're not playing well, my friend. If you want to take Savage's place, you've got a lot of work to do, as this is a good run from Nathan Marriott into Casado, around his man, and Milovanovic. It's a little bit of a skew-whiff pass from Casado, which has to be a lot better, but we did steal the ball back anyway, and Thompson, on my days, how's the ref not give that as a foul? Because we definitely have a chance. Nathan Marriott running down the right-hand side. He's got a defender to beat. If he can beat him with the ball across the box, it's all over the place for Hull. But they survive our attack somehow. And I guess with the new defence, Matty Wolf has been solid. It's the attack that needs to wake up now. And that is why on Derby Day, I am going to make a big change. Dennis Undav coming on, as Milovanovic needs to improve. He's just got the experience. Definitely not the potential, Dennis, but I just think you need that, especially on Derby Day. As McAtee waking up, because he desperately needs to wake up as well, with an overlap from Kane Wilson, and Casado is through. He has got to score against Panda. And another wasted chance, as we need to work on one-on-ones. Matty Wolf misplacing a pass, hence why he's in the defence, but Thompson steals it back, and Summers, looking for Undav maybe, is going to go McAtee instead, who's got another overlap from Kane Wilson. Brilliant player Kane, as he's going to step inside himself, out wide, into Summers. Ewan Summers on the angle, but no one attacking it. We do lack this goal threat. We need a bit more from Dennis Undav, as that's a good ball over the top. Bad header. Straight to Brandon Fleming, who's gonna head it back into the box, and a bit of a mix-up right there. That chance is better than any of ours, but still, we'll try and attack as if Undav is onside, which is not. That was a chance. That was a big chance for Grimsby. But we failed to take it as Thompson, come on, liven up in the last 10 minutes right here. John McAtee needs to improve, and he could improve right here if he scores on Derby Day. John McAtee, man, you're supposed to be a striker. Hitting the keeper, and no. The ball over the top for Hull City to try and do what we did. Game opening up in the latter stages of the derby as Undav with the header away. And Marriott broke. Referee can't end the game there. It is a Derby Day again, though, where we draw 0-0. And we've just got to win at their place. I think I would love it more if we, of course, did that away from home. As you can see, Ipswich jump above us, and we still have 30 points, which isn't bad for us, of course. It's above our expectations, as we've got some difficult games. 2 in a week. Plus the next month we have Bristol, who are just above us in the league. We have Luton twice, and Barnsley another derby. That one on Boxing Day as Derby County beat us 2-1, and they're low down in the league. Thompson with a goal against his former club as they are rock bottom of the table. Of course we go and lose to them. Really bad result that calls for a comeback, but we've lost 2 games in a row. Blackburn now beating us, drops us to 9th, outside of the playoffs even. We've gone from competing for 2nd, which is Bristol on 34 points, to now being down here with 30. I mean, it is only 4 points, but teams have got games in hand like Stoke, and now we've got to try and beat the Robins. But before we go into it, Doug Tharn brought into the office as Lallana loves to talk to his hierarchy players. Doug, I don't forget the promise I made you at the start of the season. I'd like to offer you a contract. You and Matty will make a good partnership and increase your wage, but do us another favour. Make sure we don't lose to Bristol in the next game, as momentum's a big thing, and if we let it slide too much, we could be looking at surviving relegation again. Then again, I don't know why I've said that, because we definitely need to be more positive. But Bristol City, starting with an attack, they do have Noah Leyburn up top, who's a very decent striker, as Kane Wilson against his former club has to just watch his man, Max Bird, Knight, ex-Derby men, who got stopped by our defence. But, oh my days, penalty kick for Bristol as Knight. Where is he gonna go? We need to save the spot kick, right? This could be really bad. if we don't come back, as we are falling down big time. It's the Christmas time slump, as Casado, though, runs inside, needs a few runners off him. We finally get a highlight, and we must make the most of it. But still, Charlie Savage losing the ball, as this looks like a decent switch, and put it across the box. Nathan Marriott, what you doing? What the hell are we doing? As don't let them score again. Max Bird, Riley goes and scores. So it's 2-0 to Bristol now in the highlight package, where you only get like one highlight a game. And we've got actually 2 for once. And great, we were offside, leading to their next highlight, which is them kind of through. Doug Tharm, it's a lost ball. We don't even get the highlight, but we do get a counter-attack, which we don't make the most out of. And yes, a 2-0 defeat. That was at home, as one thing that I've noticed, when this man doesn't play or doesn't play well, we are kind of screwed. As you can see, 5 games less than Marko Milovanovic, who's got 5 out of 19. Not good, as his rating isn't budging and he is quite unhappy. So I'm gonna go ahead and start him against Millwall, which we win. Undav with a goal, and actually Undav with both of them, trying to prove a point that he has to be the starting striker. As I mean, he does have the experience, as the next game, Luton, always a tough fixture, and Undav scores again, despite still being unhappy as we approach Barnsley. Right, a derby day, all my days. I mean, McAtee against his former club. It's a point on the road, as we still fail to win derbies, as you can see, just outside the playoffs by 4 points, which is a little bit of a slip. So I'm gonna speak to Lallana, see if he knows the reason why. As Adam, we are outside of the playoffs, which we look so comfortable in. Like I ask you after most games, do you have a reason why the teams just stop performing a little bit at the moment? As Adam kind of looks outraged, saying, why do you keep questioning me on this? I am a good manager and I'll get the best out of this group. And sorry to sound too angry, I am gonna calm down a little bit. But do you know what would really help me out? Making a new signing. So Grimsby in the championship were flying, but now not looking too good. Outside of the playoffs after a very meh season, going into the window where we can make signings. As when we quizzed Adam Lallana, the manager on the form, he did get annoyed, but still felt confident and alluded to the squad maybe needing help with one big signing he wants to make today. As yes, people, we are back. Grimsby are still alive despite dropping off a little bit. 7th in the table. Now 4 points off Watford, who obviously did beat us, but only 6 defeats. Shows we're not losing games. It's draws that have done us in, as we've got Luton to start off with, and then we go into next month, where we do have the FA Cup. Stevenage, could we get a little cup run going? I mean, we have to prioritise getting into those playoffs. As we spoke to Lallana last time, so we won't speak to him straight away. We will look at the team, see if we can change anything. But no, it just looks like it needs to get on form. We've got an 80 rated defender now, Matty Wolf. Not a signing, but an OG player playing out of his skin, going into his prime years of football. Can he get even better? As speaking of even better, I'm gonna check our loan boys right here. Ibrahim Bell, 16, 64 rated. Not bad, same with Harley Shields, but the one I'm looking at, +7, or +6, sorry, Austin Smith, playing football in League One regularly, it seems, for Huddersfield Town. And that could put pressure on one man. Or should I say 2, because Jogging didn't start very well, but he is growing into form now. 30-year-old still. Smith 9 years younger, but this man, Bilgin, had a woeful season last time. He's under pressure for his 2nd spot. But then again, looking ahead, and we can't really do that too much. A tired team for Luton Town, which we do beat. That's a win. Getting onto form maybe. Undav with a miss. And McAtee with a goal. Against his former club. Go on, John McAtee, as we're into the window now. We want to buy a player, and maybe we could sell a player because we don't have much money. I actually have to check our bank, which has 308k. So I won't shy away from Adam Lallana. I'm going to have a conversation because I know he wants to sign a player, not who, but one player. As Adam, I do see you're adamant in a signing, but I'll be honest, the budget, it's not looking too good. In order to bring your man in, we have to get rid of one player, preferably for $1 million, just to afford some wages. And Adam says fair enough, because the player I have in mind might be expensive, not in his price tag, but he may demand a wage. I mean, I think every player demands a wage, Adam Lallana, but hey, we're going into games still without making that signing, and we are beating Millwall. Schmidt on the score sheet. McAtee again. He's getting goals now, which you absolutely love to see from Big Mac, but then again, tired team, and we have got a game soon enough. Great, halfway through the week, and it's Bristol City. Do we push the players through and change the squad for the FA Cup? You can see Bournemouth's in this month as well. Not an easy January with players coming and going, plus some vital games. Yeah, I guess we're going to have to change to this, which I'm not a fan of, but hey, it's one game, and we've got to save our players for Bournemouth. As I know I've just touched on it probably too much, but look who's back. Austin Smith? Did we loan him out halfway through last year? I don't know, but we could actually do that for now, and maybe the player we sell is Bilgin, the goalkeeper. As for now, Adam Lallana reaching Ashton Gate has to really do it without making his mystery signing, because these are just above us in the league, and we of course want to jump straight back up that league. I aim for playoffs, but I always want more. As Nathan John trusted in the team, he isn't the highest rating, but of course he did go on loan to Ipswich Town last year, who are a decent team, as a Mehmeti. Bristol City will undoubtedly play well. They're at home and they are flying. But we need to fly too with a very fatigued McAtee. Undav was fatigued, so Milovanovic is up front and he's made a run through the middle. Can pull it back right here. John McAtee passes it on to Summers. Miss. What a save. As it seems we've done in England there and pass it too much instead of just bloody getting our shot off. Good move from Liam Thompson into Charlie Savage, who's always bloody fit enough for a game. And Summers. Oh, Summers, you've got to do better. As the waves are coming at us now, Bristol City again. Noah Leyburn running us ragged, but a brilliant tackle farm. And again, that time McAtee, who is a little bit fatigued, and Savage wins the ball back. Go on, Nathan John. Show what you was worth a few years ago, because he has gone on a quiet bit of form recently, but it's a brilliant run. Nathan John, he doesn't have the pass to go to. Nathan John does brilliantly for Grimsby. He was our youth star in League 2 and then dipped, but he's come back after a loan, maybe revitalised, as his individual brilliance, a cut inside of two defenders into the side netting, and we lead the Robins away. As that is some way to go into half-time as well. What a time to get the goal. But there's 45 minutes to go. And you know what? With the fitness of Summers and McAtee, we've had to change the players and also the shape of the team. Lallana gambling, 5 at the back. I don't want to go defensive, but McGuinness is probably our fittest option from the bench. So we've kind of been forced into it. Milovanovic as well. Does he do better with a strike partner? He's running in the flanks here. We don't have any wingers, of course, but Kane on the underlap. It's Kane Wilson against his former side, and he's overdone it. But hey, we've won the ball back, and we do look very energized. That's a very good ball through to Kane. Wilson through on goal. P-roller of a shot, but Bristol City aren't done here. He needs to get back as they try to counter on us. Trusting the youth in a very hefty Christmas period. Noah Leyburn, though. A brilliant block from Mark McGuinness. As we hold on and Charlie Savage into Schmidt. We could do with another goal here to kill off the game. It's Jacob Bell. That was the chance, manners. Now it's a free kick for them and they're going to try and whip it in. Hickman. Oh, what a save. Jocking with the match winner. I don't know, but the keeper's up, so they know this is a must win. We are just behind them in the table. Jacob Bell leaps. It goes to Cameron Pring and it's all over the box. Matty Wolf, Charlie Savage, we've got to whack it. Come on, lads, get it away. What are we doing? But the whistle's gone. Oh, my days. What a game against the Robins, where we've gone to Ashton Gate and robbed from the Robins. I can't believe we've just won that, but 3 points for the Mariners. As Lallana after the game, he's straight into the presser as the press ask him what he thinks of his 1-0 victory. And he replies very well. I'm upset I had to change shape though. It tells you we're missing a defensive midfielder. Matty Wolf had to change position, and I don't mind doing that. He's been better in centre-back, but his role is not fulfilled. Okay, so Lallana hinting at who he does want to sign to this team. As you can see right here, we're transfer listing Emre, as he's just not been good enough. And this is the team for the FA Cup. Not exactly good enough in itself, but we've got a strong bench and we should beat Stevenage, which we do. Jacob Bell scoring. And the other one from Marriott. Very good, but back to the league where we are back in the playoffs, but joint on points with Burnley. So not done yet, as 2 offers straight in. We've got one for Bilgin and the other for Matty Wolf. 18.5 million to go to Sporting Lisbon. I don't think he'd want to go there, but Emre, bye-bye. Hasn't worked out for him, as in the meantime, Blackburn. We've never been able to beat these, and we still don't. 2-2. Telling us we need a midfielder, or whoever Lallana has in mind, as there he is, leaving. Bilgin, the backup goalkeeper. Oh no, that's Evan Curry, but I'm sure both of them will leave. And now we get our money to bring in who Lallana wants. As Adam, now we have the funds for a signing. I'm gonna let you bring this man in if he can get us into the playoffs. As Lallana replies, boss, that is exactly what I want to hear. He will not let you down, and he plays just like me. As finally, who's this player? Right, okay, 33-year-old but Wataru Endo, an ex-Premier League player, been at Liverpool and has great stamina for an old man. I guess, no offense to Troy Deeney signing Livermore, but he seems a lot better as Lallana welcomes him in the office, sitting him down to try and sign him up. As Wataru, I know you're an aging player now, but if you come to Grimsby, I can assure you game time. I only want to sign you up for a 6-month deal, but if you get us in the Prem, that can be extended. As it looks like it's all done, is there a handshake to come with Wataru and Adam Lallana? There it is, or the agent, should I say. Brilliant signing for us, and hopefully adds that little spark of quality which we need in the second half of a big season. As he jumps straight into the team, pushing Savage forward, little bit defensive-minded team, and Summers on the bench for Bournemouth. But this is huge. A little bit of a gamble putting him straight in there, but Adam Lallana was adamant he needed Wataru Endo. So now he's going to travel, as it's a bit of a red kit clash. Not too much though, they've got black on their kit, at the Vitality Stadium, which of course we need to win at. These are top of the league flying. We've got our best possible lineup. A lot of good rated players, and we just need to play football, try and get ourselves up the league again. Casado getting it through, but then they've got Levi Colwill. But still, we will calm down and just get the ball to his feet again. Come on, let's push forward. Charlie Savage running through the gap. Can we get a ball onto Endo? Maybe. McAtee is free, and John McAtee through the middle. He shoots across goal. And I am scared to say it, but we look the better team here. Kane Wilson charging forward after tackling the defender as Kelly comes across, and it is a good run from Marko Milovanovic, who shoots terribly, but still we've got the ball straight back and he's taking the free kick. Don't know why he's come all the way back. Maybe he wants a shot, as he does have some proving to do, because of course Undav's played well. As Schmidt, he's been excellent since he's come in, trying to hit the other new signing Milovanovic. Might fall to Endo, who is on a yellow card. He's got to watch himself a little bit. As at halftime, 0-0, and we have been the better team. Performances are creeping up, but we've got to creep up quicker. We need to be a better team. A team, that is, as Anthony. No, Ardagula. Ardagula? At Bournemouth? What am I seeing? Have they just brought him off the bench as well? So now a fully fit for 45 minutes Ardagula's going to maybe make our task harder, but it's Endo. Tackle off the ball. Good job it was as well, you know, because he was just running into a dark avenue as Matty Wolf on the turn. Matty Wolf with space. And you know what's coming when he gets it? He absolutely loves a shot as Endo. Brilliant tackle. Doug Tharm steps the man across, and we can go forward again. Wataru's just that cover option, and it's a brilliant pass from the new signing Marriott, running through, only has to dink it into the middle. We are piling the pressure on now, and do not tell me I've just gone to cross it in, and I think Lloyd Kelly has handled it as a penalty to Grimsby, and I was just about to put Undav on, but Milivanovic's chance, and he has taken it! 1-0 against the league leaders, Bournemouth, in a vital game. Our tall number 10, has he come good again? He's bought himself a little more time as Undav is on the field, but he's in cam just to start off with. And now they will push forward. It's Adagula looking for an angle and putting it over the net. Was a good chance, you know, for them. And oh my days, Casado, brilliant. He's shining here, unlike shining at Barcelona. McAtee keeps himself onside. Could he be 2? John McAtee. Should have been 2, you know, but still not long to go in this game. And McAtee, I blame the man in the middle, actually. He should have leapt on the ball, and now they're going to pass it down the left-hand side. Anthony with Colwell on the overlap. They have an overload, but Wilson's going to watch him. Not watch him well, though. A block shot and a block save and prevent the corner. Schmidt, absolutely fantastic. Each one of those defenders, they've done their job. Wilson, I mean, he was rounded right there, but he still worked perfectly. And Milovanovic, he's actually managed to stay on the whole game, you know, and he could make the game better if he gets himself into the middle. Almost towards McAtee, but we keep the ball and the whistle's blown. Don't care, it's just 1-0. We have beaten Bournemouth. Absolutely brilliant. Still in the FA Cup. We've got to turn our focus around quickly, but man, am I losing my voice. But that's mostly down to a man called Jude Bellingham, who plays for England, as we've got £2 million left, you know. Could we make another signing? Then again, do we have really enough finances to replace any of them? And also on the bench, the weakest is Nathan John, who has, of course, done well today, but a big bid in. Anderlecht were the club that wanted him for ages. As the Lana's going to speak to him, bringing him into the office. Nathan, I won't lie to you, mate. You're not going to be a starter. I know what you did for the club when we were down there in the depths, but I'm all about honesty, and you haven't stepped up enough. It seems you did well at Ipswich and did well against Bristol City, but the fresh start is on the table if you do want to go for it. I mean, that's the best we can say, really, as we are playing our full team in the FA Cup this time because I want to keep on going. A draw, though, that is definitely not what I had in mind, as Nathan John takes the opportunity. Second time round with Anderlecht, as we say goodbye to a minor club legend, one of the streets won't forget players, but good luck, Nathan John. First time we've gone ahead and actually sold a youth player, and we do have to replace him, as we've got 4 million to do so. And my thoughts are with Marriott being a youth player and selling a youth player, I don't want someone to initially replace him, but give him good competition. And this is where Denis Dragus gets involved. If I'm correct, this man has been insane at the Euros. And yes, it does say he's a striker, but left mid as well. He's got pace, he's got power, and he's definitely got potential. So guess what? On deadline day, he turns up absolutely bleeding the club dry. As what was the wage we paid? It actually wasn't too much, you know. His valuation's already gone up, and he's at 12k. Not bad, but as we all know, like I've just been saying multiple times, he won't be playing at striker. We're going to train him at left wing. As during simulated games, we need more goals, so Marriott has to keep firing. He has done in the quick sims, but he's yet to arrive in normal, as we might arrive a little bit skew with if Watford can get this free kick over the wall. Loser with a howler, though, and it's our attack again here, or should I say for the first time. Casado running through the wings. He needs a bit of support. Where's John McAtee when you need him? I mean, he's got a very good ball into Marriott, who is going to test the keeper, but not the best test. And would Dragus have done better? That's the question we're always going to ask now. But Marriott, good skill, you know, and he does get his shot off again, but he has missed the target again, which we've got to make the most of. Marriott, absolutely shocking. That's a waste from Nathan Marriott. He could have not done any worse. Highlights just not dropping for us, as we have dropped to 7th place with the amount of money we've spent. We definitely should be higher by now, but we're not. And could that have financial ratifications, or whatever the word is right there? We do bounce back with a 3-0 over Preston. Milovanovic scoring, and Undav, which begs the question, who does start? I mean, Undav will start against Rotherham. In the replay of the FA Cup, as we're out. We're out. Dragos does score a goal, though. Minor positive. But who am I kidding? We're out of the FA Cup, as I do want to play Sheffield United, so we'll sim the next 3 games, including Troy Deeney's Plymouth game. As we have to recover, we've put both youth players in here, Marriott and Summers. Both don't do well enough. Back-to-back defeats, but we are somehow still in the playoffs with a game in hand as well. Do not lose to Rotherham again. The team that beat us 7-0, beat us in the cup, 88th minute. Not beating Rotherham is a serious sign of concern. Something's going wrong here. I mean, how are we still in the playoffs? We are playing dreadful football. Sheffield United up in 2nd place. It's such a turnaround from how we started the season off. A goal from Dragos, but 2-2 with Deeney's men, as he is the man to put extreme pressure on Adam Lallana's hopes and aspirations for Grimsby. Don't think his job's in question, but these players will be questioned. They've cost a lot of money, a lot of wages, and not much for it. So just beat the Blades. This is it. This is the huge one. We're away from home at Sheffield United, I believe. Anyway, big stadium, big dreams for us, as I think automatic dreams are over, but we desperately want to be in them playoffs, as Slimani through to Koulibaly running round us. Rapid, as I'd take a 0-0 if they carry on like that, but we do have the next highlight. Casado through the lines onto Endo. Need another option. We just never get bloody passing lanes, especially in highlighted games. Milovanovic out wide, though, and Dragos, first time using him in-game. He seems quite solid, but there was no move for him, as Casado with the shot, and didn't recover from it because it's their highlight straight after. And oh my days, Traore Bene, I think that's his name, running through the ranks. Him and Koulibaly. That's a bad tackle, Kane Wilson. But no bad happening so far. And McAtee, if he can beat his man, his little brother's big team, Sheffield United, as he's cutting inside right here. Pass onto Dragos, and we have slowed down play a little bit, but still, the move goes on. And we need somewhere to pass it to. Sheffield United do play 5 at the back, and it's very hard to break through them. Going back out wide, though, into Matt McGuinness, who's come off the bench. McGuinness across. Charlie Savage. How was he offside? How do you give that offside? But oh my days, this is a move. If there's no one else to beat for Milovanovic, he has to score. Please, it is Marko Milovanovic with a huge goal for Grimsby and Adam Lallana. Our big number 10 comes good when it matters as well, but we've got to calm down. We don't even get a replay to calm and get our breath back. It's straight to Sheffield United attacking. As we're good against the big teams, it's the smaller teams or the lower down teams that we're not doing good enough against. Counter-attacking opportunity here, though, which we squander, but it doesn't matter. 3 1-0s against Bristol, who were 2nd place, Bournemouth, who were 1st place, and now Sheffield United, as it's going to go down to the wire. Grimsby Town fighting for these playoffs. So Grimsby last time out went all in on a brilliant player from Asia and a brilliant player at the Euros. Both first team players straight in our team, although the team isn't doing cracking. Yes, we're in the playoffs, 2 points clear and beating all them teams that you do see above us. But with a lot of money spent this year and being in the championship, if we don't get promoted, we could be in financial troubles. As I apologise, guys, no Grimsby kit today. I've gone for the career kit, which looks really like our away kit, or it's the best that I could do. As you can see, the league table, I've just shown you that a lot. 6th position, as we've only took 7 defeats, but 2 of them this month, including 1 in the cup, as today Derby, Hull City, but Stoke might need to be played instead, and then we carry on. We've got a little bit of a hectic schedule, so we've got to dive straight in. And yes, before you say it, the kits are not modded in because there's been an update. So yeah, they're the old ones, but a new bid for Ewan Summers, almost 15 million from Sheffield United, which we won't be accepting. We've already sold one youth player as Swansea City first. They are 12 points behind us. And Summers isn't in the team, but he is on the bench, and we've lost. Yates hates Grimsby. I remember when he played for Swindon Town a while back, as that's it. Stoke, they've jumped above us into the playoffs. And of course, we've got to play them on the 21st this month after a weeks-long break and the Derby day before that. This is a huge game. We're away from home in a derby, so really anything can happen. And we're in the horrific red kit of before, but before we get into the rest of the game, the first highlight, a penalty. Milovanovic, please, you can't afford to miss this, as he doesn't. 1-0 the Mariners in the derby, which I think we're yet to win, and that is a glorious occasion. If we could get some momentum before going into Stoke, it would be genuinely perfect, as this looks a close highlight. The man didn't come across to us though, so we've kept the ball right here into Wataru Endo, just one of the last signings, as Casado, please, someone make a move for him. On the wing, that's what I was waiting for. Just out wide, a little space, because we do play with wide men. Connolly running through. Left Hull in real life, I believe. And Harry Clifton, of course, we sold to them as a shot across the ground. Joachim with a good save. But still, the pressure doesn't stop as a switch across the field. That's a good chest out from Marriott, who's got to compete with Dragus, the Romanian we brought in. So we're going to put it on the edge of the box for Charlie Savage. I don't know why it ended, but I don't care, because another attack starting with Savage, and in the 87th minute, we should be pretty clear. A terrible pass, but referee, blow the whistle. He does, and Grimsby win the derby. Incredible result, and I'm not going to speak to anyone, not going to try and jinx the morale of our manager, because that's happened before, and we are 5th and in the playoffs, so there's no reason to moan. But if we lose to Stoke City, then there might be, as I thought the morale would be better. You can see Summers unhappy on the bench, alongside Clinton Mola. I understand Clinton, but not you and Summers. You are a youth player, mate. Just wait for your opportunity. I'm sure it will come, and to be fair, you're not warranted in the team at the moment. Jacob Bell has outscored him. 2 goals for him and 4 for Charlie Savage, who is in that position just for the time being at the moment. As our top scorers, McAtee up there, Marriott, Undav, now joint with Milovanovic, who is going to fight against the Potters. And it is a real shame that we actually can't celebrate a derby too much. Hull was a good win, but it is merely 3 points. Stoke is more important at Blundell Park right here, as we are playing the game. The Battle of the Stripes, red versus white, or red and white versus black and white. The black and white army, though, they need a result here to jump up them playoffs. It's Schmidt inverting. I do like our fullbacks at the moment, but he has lost the ball on that occasion. Still, Casado steals it and puts it down the line. A brilliant ball into McAtee. Milovanovic in the box. It's over him into Wataru Endo, who I thought had struck an arm, but obviously the ref says no. And Milovanovic, good header on. Schmidt around the corner. It is very good play, and ref, that's gotta be a handball, surely. As it's a feisty start to the game, but Stoke are gonna get their chance. It's gonna be end-to-end, both teams scrapping for 3 points because others play elsewhere, and Joachim is now brilliant. After his dodgy spell, he is now saving things for fun, as Charlie Savage saving us, running it out of defense and playing in John McAtee, the man to stay forward. McAtee usually misses one-on-ones, but not this time. Who else to rely upon but John McAtee, Grimsby's in real life hero when it came to National League playoffs. Missed a few one-on-ones earlier on in the season, but he doesn't miss against Stoke. Scores in the 6-pointer, as that is actually huge, but we've got to march on, lads. We don't settle. Charlie Savage, McAtee, he's just got all the space as John McAtee running through. The defenders can't catch up with him. It's John McAtee! And it is 2-0 to Grimsby, pulling off his backflips, which he's done before, and I have seen them in real life. And I forgive him for his slow start because he's scored some important goals so far, but the game, of course, it's far from over, and they are pushing us. Pressing up the field, putting a big, rough tackle in as Kane Wilson, though. McAtee, can he turn provider this time? Milovanovic, if he can turn or play the ball, it's too heavy, but Marriott does strike it at Gomez. And that was a chance. We've been brilliant in this first half as McAtee. Can it be a first half hat-trick? He's in between the defenders. A little bit wide with that touch. And oh my days! What has gone on there? I'm speechless. Well, I was thinking we were the bottled jobs, but Ben, Wilmot and Gomez, they won't be talking on the bus home. And in a game which I expected us to bottle, as I did just say, we're 3-0 up in the second half. Bad tackle from them and Casado. Little bit of a dodgy pass, putting it behind McAtee. Come on, liven up a little bit. I know it's 3-0 and I have made changes, but we've got to keep on going. Kane Wilson, try and switch that. Endo with the header down, and Milovanovic dropping back, but he's turning provider like Harry Kane. Close to McAtee, who could have got sent off right there. I saw the lunge he put in, and Vidigal around. Farm with an excellent tackle. Referee, don't do this. 3-0 scorelines can change if you're being that dodgy. They've literally just blocked us off, but we are a counter-attacking team, and the ball's fallen to Milan, who's going to run in the left flank. I don't think he has the pace, though, so he's going to cut inside, using Ewan Summers, who's struggling in a Town shirt. I'm guessing that's because of morale. Don't like to see it, do you? As speaking of morale, Clinton Molar's on because he was an unhappy player, and Endo, better please. You've got to help us reach the Prem if you're to stay in the team, as it's almost game over though. And we have had a blistering first half, as the show's only lasted 45 minutes instead of 90, but the show was a brilliant one, orchestrated by John McAtee. As Adam, your team has just fired 3 past a contender. How do you feel about your lads going into the final months? Well, I need to start by saying John McAtee was fabulous, and there's some low heads which hopefully have been picked up from that. And he is right, Lallana, there was some unhappy faces. I don't mind him telling the press that, and we're 3 points off the Blades. Playoffs all to play for. It makes sense, don't it? As there is some unhappy faces still, but at least they're not very unhappy. That is the good thing, as signing Dragus has been very good for the team overall, but he's another player on international duty. And I don't know how I didn't expect that, because of course he has played for Romania in the Euros as a 1-1 draw with Peterborough. Schmidt saving us, as he's done a lot this season already, as the next game, Southampton away, which Lallana likes the look of. But before we get into that, Kieran Green, an OG, is coming into his office. Boss, this game time does not work for our players, especially me, Campbell, Cairns and Malarkey. We've been here a long time and we feel disrespected by big money signings such as Drago, such as Schmidt. As Lallana says, calm down, Kieran, you will get your game time. Or if you want to leave, the door is behind you. To which he says, yes, I will leave. We all will leave. All 4 of us. And expect more to leave when you don't bloody play them. Okay, this is bad. This is very, very bad. You can see our reserves unhappy. All very unhappy. Apart from Kieran Green, who is the player that spoke to us weirdly enough, and hopefully the medicine to morale is winning football matches. As we're highlighting Southampton, I am not taking any risks. They're going to be a very difficult challenge, so a challenge we must face head on to make sure we're not beaten, as I highlight very deep into our half, which is hard, of course, to get out of. Doug Tharm dropping in at fullback and looking for McAtee. The ball still falls down to Milovanovic now. He's going to look for McAtee, but his chips over the top aren't very good. Which, to be fair, he is a striker, so I'll let him off with, because it shouldn't be his natural thing to do. As Endo through bodies. Almost his first Grimsby goal, but still, it's our highlight again. And if we don't make the most of these, we are going to lose them. As Casado through the middle. We desperately need 3 points. It's Endo around into Casado again. Casado going into the box, and Bella Kotchap, how have they got him? Still in the championship as a long ball from the Saints. Leapt on by Jokin and get in there. A penalty kick as Milovanovic. Please, you know which is his corner. Can the number 10 finish? She doesn't. He hits the post. Oh, and that can be costly because Southampton now have a corner and we've got to mark up at the near post. Please get it away. Clearer. It's a dive. Very late from Jokin, the goalkeeper. Jokin now going shocking after I did initially praise him. And a defeat on the South Coast when we should have won it. And now this has turned fully. We've gone from winning the derby and beating Stoke to being in 6th again and having a squad revolt on our hands. But we've just got to keep our cool and hope we can respond with a 1-0 over derby. Endo with the goal, which is a very important one. And we're still getting offers in for Summers. I don't want to sell him. Toby Malarkey, he'll end up leaving. And it will be sad to see him go as Middlesbrough. Oh my, Undav missing a penalty this time, not like him, as we just cannot get a comfortable position. It's 5th in the league again, 1 point above Stoke, with a lot of games still to go, and we need a silver lining. Can Dragus go up in rating? He doesn't, but he is a winger now. And to be fair, still the same rating as Nathan Marriott, who is going to start this game, which is the derby against Barnsley. I can't believe it's 2 defeats this month, but we need to get back to winning ways. Oh my days, we can't beat the Tykes. And this is looking miserable. 2 points cleared just at the end, but Ipswich, who are just above us. And I don't know if we can play them because we've got Burnley to play still, Norwich and QPR. I want to get done today because I'm taking it down to the wire. I want to get in them playoffs and confirm it today as McAtee gets the winner. Fantastic. But I am not looking at the league table. I am going straight into Burnley. I really thought we'd win right there. Do we learn from past games? Because West Brom just below us. We are 44 games deep. And we are still hanging on by a thread. As its last throw of the dice now, a fully fit team, the best team we can put out against Norwich at Carrow Road. 4-0. 4-0. We are chasing the playoffs. We only took 7 defeats all year, and we've took 4 in the last 5. Looks like our squad issues have really hampered us. We are outside of the playoffs now. Stoke City have snuck in there. And I know I probably shouldn't, but I am going to Lallana. There's a squad revolt going on. Losing games for fun. We cannot bottle this, Adam. Yes, we're behind at the moment, but we've spent that much money not getting in the playoffs could damage us. Not like damage isn't done already. I see the squad problems and I expect them to be fixed because this is worrying. And Adam says, I'm sorry, boss. I had to play my strongest team. And the players left out are naturally going to be unhappy. But we're going to make sure we throw everything at this last game. You gave me my chance in management and I'm going to get them playoffs. And big calls from Lallana. QPR taking kickoff, but the man closest to the semicircle, Undav, is in the team. As speaking of Germans, Daniel Fark with Leeds United bottled it at Loftus Road, which of course we are at right now, and we cannot afford to bottle it. Block We need another one. And I just can't get over how we bottled it all season. But there is so much riding on the game. A pass into Anderson. He was the man who sparked the upset of Leeds United's dreams as Enzo. Good tackle. And we need to get this ball forward. Terrible so far from us, but Casado again. McAtee on the overlap, and McAtee playing well today. He could be the man to save us. Again, of course, it will be a fairy tale story. He's still got the ball, and it falls to Endo! And what a strike from Endo! Wataru with the ball, and I don't know what he's doing. We're panicking, but what a finish this is on the left peg through bodies. No saving it at all. Get in there, Adam Lallana. He picked that man out. As you might tell as well when I'm speaking, there is fear in my voice. I don't know what's happening here, but we're 1-0 up. McAtee playing a big part, which of course we love to see. Referee, no. Just no. He's gave a penalty for this. It's not a penalty. He wins the ball, clearly, and I can't even say the word ball correctly because inside my blood is boiling. We need to save this spot kick, and Jorkin goes the wrong way. 1-1 in London, which is going to make the game difficult. Come on, though. Get forward. Dale Taylor, he's the danger man, but Doug Tharm manages to deal with him. And we can't forget, of course, this needs to be a win. We cannot afford to draw with QPR. Sam Field trying to get past Schmidt, who deals with him very well, and Wataru on his bike again, trying to send John McAtee. Come on, John, you was pointing to it. If you're wanting it, you've got to take it, especially in games like this, as Charlie Savage just does that, and that's a ball, a good ball into Wataru. Endu, Undav, he looked like he shoved his man, but Undav rolls it in! And Adam Lallana's gamble looks like it may work for Grimsby. 2-1 in London in this crucial game. Don't know if foul play was involved, but it's a brilliant finish. Just a pass across the deck, and Undav scores it. Get in there, lads, as it's still only half-time. We've got to win this game. We've got to hope West Brom lose. As I checked who they were playing, but of course I didn't check their score at halftime. We focused on ourselves as they were playing Bristol City, who of course are in second place as Schmidt. Look at the space. The defenders ran straight past him, you know. And Dragus needs to try and find a ball. He's been a bit of a letdown today. Not overall, but today. And Anderson Tharm has been rounded. Got to be careful on a yellow card. But the man in goal makes the save. And Deleas Chair with the ball into Dale Taylor. Wolf had to time it perfectly, and that's a good time pass into McAtee on the wing, who likes to cut inside. John McAtee needs to score! Another ball through to McAtee, and McAtee is on a run here. Can John get another chance? He missed the first one, of course, and it's the left peg. Good save. Maloney, who's their youngster. I know he's their youngster in goal, so we've got to try and get more shots off, especially now we know that fact. But at the same time, continue to defend all these set pieces. Reggie Cannon heads it down. And a goal for Rangers. It's fallen to their defender, and I don't believe their luck. The number 2, Perkia, just has to put it in the open goal, or side of the goal that was open. Now we need to go again. John McAtee, push forward. John McAtee down the line, and could he actually go and score? If he could, it is wonderful! John McAtee with the response. Grimsby maybe in the playoffs. From kickoff we go and do it. Our number 13, unlucky for some, but McAtee lucky for us. As now all we need to do is bloody defend our goal. Do not let them have a sniff. Dale Taylor has been the danger man. He's trying to run round us and put a dangerous ball in the middle. Doug Tharm doing well to get his head on it. And Marriott we've brought on for fresh legs. I don't know why we've still got Undav on. Maybe we could find out right here as he cuts inside. Dennis Undav with a chance. It is Dennis under the keeper. We will be winning this game, but the playoffs in question are literally still in question. We are preying on Bristol City now to save our bacon. Don't let them score again late on. It would make the game nervy as Wilson slides. He had to time it to perfection already on a yellow card himself. We can't get rid of the ball, and Wolf, brilliant from another man on a yellow card as McAtee whacks it forward. And we await confirmation. As Adam, I don't know the result myself at West Brom, but sum up your feelings after a hectic final day. Yes, Undav was good. I liked that gamble that we made, got himself a brace, but we know the scoreline isn't important. Which it isn't. As you can see, we're looking at the championship top scorers, something I've actually never looked at. Undav is 14th. With 14 goals, McAtee up there with Savage on assists and clean sheets. Ezzy Taker joint top. And seeing him joint top for Bristol is actually a very good thing because yes, we have slipped into the playoffs. The least we deserve. I mean, it was very, very close. We dropped down in the penultimate day. But West Brom... Grimsby going through, where we will face Sheffield United and a familiar foe in Marco Pasalic. So last episode, you have your spoiler warning. 3, 2, 1... begin. We managed on final day, beating QPR to slimly secure our championship playoff spot. After a big last-minute fight with West Brom, we do go into the playoffs where we have Sheffield United, which will be an interesting game because it's not us against them, but us against Pasalic. Yes, guys, this is going to be very, very interesting. The finale of season number 4 here with Grimsby, and the best bit of news. Here we go. You can see kits are back, and we've got some new kits on the way, which I cannot wait to show you guys. I really love next season's. But what league will we be in? Because, of course, we've got to get through the playoffs if we want to get promotion from the championship. And I don't know about you guys, but I do not want another season in this league, because that would make 3. And our squad is good enough, a Premier League quality squad, but of course we did have a player revolt on our hands. Some unhappy faces, as one player we let go of who wasn't unhappy is the man we are facing. This man, Marco Pasalic, who now is 86 rated. Should we have sold him? I mean, we can't be regretting it now, and they do have a lot of good rated players. Look at the striking options. We have beaten these before, though. As who's in their midfield? I mean, Gustavo Hamer's there, Vinicius Souza. It's a very good team, but who's going to be in our team? As we've got a little bit of fatigue, so we might have to change both legs up. But for the first one, we've got to go strong, and this is the strongest we have. The biggest shock of all, Milovanovic, he steps back into the squad. Despite Undav's 2 goals, his brace against QPR, he starts on the bench and maybe makes an impact off it. And this will be a huge game. We've only got the 2 to play, or 3 to play actually, and we can afford to play all 3. So a lot of gameplay here against the Blades, Sheffield United, but come on, Grimsby Town. We've beaten them before, and we've got to beat them again as Matty Wolf charging forward. He's our best rated player now. Been here almost from the start, and it's a very dodgy tackle, you know. Referee, have a word. No need for that, but the Blades getting stuck in as Milovanovic on the free kick. Don't understand that one. And the referee's pointing to the spot. A penalty for Grimsby. As don't get me wrong, I think it was scoring without a penalty as the camera won't catch it. We'll have to have another look. As let's see this. Right, it's going down lower and he does look like he punches it, to be fair to him. But it went to the path of Savage as McAtee on the spot kick. Milovanovic did miss the last one. John McAtee scores! The main player, our star boy, has arrived. John McAtee for Grimsby against his brother's old club. James McAtee making a name for himself at the Blades, but that is a finish of high quality. 1-0 to Grimsby. Get in there, Mariners. Still, we've got to play football, though, and now you can see already they're starting to press us, and we've lost the ball from it. I mean, brilliant from them, but not from us. As a good tackle, Matty Wolf stepping out. And Casado, he needs a run on this right wing from McAtee as he's going to chip it over to John. And McAtee loves it on this wing. He's tried to cut back. Milovanovic keep on running. It's going out. And it's going out for a corner. Brilliant at Blundell Park as we are going to whip these balls in. Doug Tham. Ooh, the captain almost scores one. But still we continue to dominate. It's Casado into Wilson. Kane Wilson in the middle. The Spaniard from long range. Less of that, please. I mean, we are winning the game, but we have to be more careful with the ball as there's 120 minutes to go. Or longer than that, isn't it? 135 minutes to go because we've got, of course, this half and then 2 more halves at Bramall Lane, where we have, of course, won before, and I can't believe we're this dominant. Milovanovic, come on. It's usually the team that finishes below the other in the playoffs that does put up the biggest fight, and Janssen, no. He's tackled us in a good place for them. Had to take him down, and Milovanovic gets a booking as, oh my days, Zerkui. He should have scored for the Blades. We ain't won this game yet. And look at the overlap and all the runs they're making. It's through to Bene. And Traore does score, making it 1-1 at Blundell Park. We need to win this game before it goes to the second leg. Awful goal to concede. And I haven't seen much of Pasalic. Is he injured or something? As look, they're trying to injure us further. Not being impressed by their tactics. They really have been a dirty side. As head that back. Dragus into Schmidt. Schmidt with the turn into Wataru Endo, who's into his final month of contract. He does want to sign again, maybe. Good ball into the box, and it's a header from Charlie Savage, of all players. A brilliant ball from Wataru Endo, and Grimsby back in front. Look at this for play. It's a brilliant run from the wide player, just crossed with his left foot. Savage with that dink. And now we have an advantage, but we need to, of course, keep this as Traore. He's the danger man. I don't know if he's been on the field all game, but he's been very good as we're trying to get McAtee off the field. I want him to get a little bit of a rest before the second leg. As Kane Wilson, no, don't lose it that far up the field, because now they're going to attack at us, and at least he's got back to cover. But Doug Tham, watch your man. Doug Tham, brilliant tackle, absolutely executed to perfection, and a good ball through to Dragus, who's yet to arrive in-game, as here goes the Romanian. There's a round 1. Around maybe 2, but no, Jack Robinson with probably the last action of the game, but a free kick for them, and Tuta with the header. 1-1 or 2-2 courtesy of Tuta, the centre-back. We won't be winning the home game just because of that. Meaning everything will be to play for at the lane, but a late attack. Maybe we do win this leg. What a ball! And what a goal from Dragus! If only this was the second leg, we would have won the game by now. His first in-game goal, the Romanian Euro star. What a finish. We should be going away from home, just trying to hold this lead right now. And what a finish by the winger. Final whistle went straight after it, and Lallana's in the presser. Adam, what do you make of that first win at home against the Blades? He gives a little bit of a smile and says, I don't think anything. I know this game is far from over because it's a game of 2 games. Which he's absolutely right about, and still we need to get this team fitter. You can see all our best players. Don't know why I'm not showing you the sharpness, actually. Here it is. They're all very, very fatigued, which has me thinking, again, do we go defensive? I don't know what team they'll put out there. As you can see, the other game, Ipswich losing to Watford. Bit bad. I would rather play Ipswich. And because I'm so concerned over this huge game right here, I'm going to ask Adam Lallana what he thinks to a formation change. Right, so we have a narrow lead and we are playing away from home in an atmosphere which is going to be quite territorial. I'm leaving tactics to you, but do you think we change shape? Going defensive here with just counters could be quite good. As the manager says, let me stop you there. We are not going defensive. We are Grimsby Town. Our attackers are better than our defenders. I know the squad looks tired, but we have youth we can call upon, who I know for sure will want to take their opportunities. As this is the team we're putting out there. So, Milovanovic still in. And yes, them youth players are back. Summer starts alongside Marriott. Into the Lions' Den. Or should I say, well, the Sheffield United Den. I don't really know what I was going for right there, as I don't know what approach Adam Lallana actually wants to play. Of course, we're a counter-attacking team, and if we get to the Premier League, we definitely want to stay that way. There'll be some very good teams up there, but then we'll sign good players as Charlie Savage starts, skips away from his man, and that's got to be a handball, referee. A free kick on the edge. And who's going to be taking it? Well, it's going to be Nathan Marriott, as you can see Endo right there. The camera going through his body, and Marriott, maybe a bit too much power, as that's hit a hand, surely. And the referee, I think, has given another spot kick very early into the second leg. As let's have another look, shall we? I'm going to look through this angle. He does run away from the wall, so I guess it kind of is a handball. Of course, he gets out of the way, but then, as you can see, the ball falls, and it might have just gone over Summers' head. Then again, I thought we had a chance, and McAtee has been benched as it's down to Milovanovic, who hits the post again. That's the second time he's done that, going for his favoured penalty spot. He's definitely not going to be on them again, as now they will get their tails between their legs and really attack us now, Sheffield United. Jas up front. Stopped, though, by Endo. And Nathan Marriott, a fully fit Nathan Marriott to run at their defence. Come on, you've got to get round your man there. And he does. Going to cut inside again, but bloody Tutor. He has been amazing in both legs. Despite the goals he leaked when he was in the defence the first time round, as that's a good ball from Endo. If we can keep it in to drag us. Oh, my days, we got his foot on it. Milovanovic just wide, though. At least he doesn't seem too affected by, of course, the penalty misses. Jas through, though. Koulibaly. Good block by Tharm. It still falls back to them. And shook him with a big save. Just what we needed. But again, a ball into the box and a header across the goal. Kane Wilson has to clear it, and Summers complained about his game time through the season, but now he's trying to prove a point as the two youngsters link up right here. Nathan Marriott around the defender. Gerbic with the save, who seems to be back in the goal for the Blades, as that's a good corner kick as well. And another save from the Croat, keeping us out so far as it's 0-0 at half-time, and we aren't playing defensively, but we're solid at our defensive football. And what I mean by that is every time they come forward, we are just shutting their attacks down. Jas, Dezerkui, get a slide tackle early doors there. Absolutely woeful. I mean, I'll take those all day long. Wataru Endo playing like he does want a contract, but some of his passing's been a bit skew with. Not all of it, but a little bit, as they're going to look to counter on us. Vinny Souza, the defensive midfielder, over the top into Jas. Doug Tharm. Oh, he's handled it. As again, not a good position for a free kick for the Blades. It's going to be Pasalic. He's on the field, and he's caused Jokin to make a big save. One of the players we signed with the money that we did receive from that man right there as Summers. Oh, my days. He skipped past the defender, Trusty, and now he's on a bit of a run. Summers to the back stick. It's a good ball, but what a save. Phenomenal by Gribic, but still a corner for Savage, and a corner that doesn't beat the front post. Still, Summers puts it down into Nathan Marriott to hit it. Turning to a very cagey game despite the 0-0 scoreline as Kane Wilson, he goes forward to put pressure on a lot, which is good, but then he leaves a bit exposed as Wolf, he's got the ball back. As the last time we won 4-2, which if we scored, it would be on aggregate, was when Dennis Undav played in that final game against QPR, so he is back on the field as we skip in past defenders. He's found Summers, not Undav, as Dragus across the box. He looks for Dennis, little man, who's still partial to a header, as Wolf's been fantastic, but the ball falling back to them. Dagba, a bad tackle from Kane Wilson, getting a yellow, but still, the game goes on, and don't tell me this is more than a yellow. Our right back is suspended. If we reach the final, that's bad. Not only bad for the final, but bad for the rest of this game, of course. We've got to defend. Pasalic tried to walk straight through us, because now the Blades will come forward and they're targeting the right-hand side. Ball onto Jas. We just need to defend. We're into added time right now. Matty Wolf with a big foot in. Ball blasted forward, and Gerbic just to pass it short. We need to get right side. Summers tries to slide. He's going to get a yellow card. And Serki through the middle. Not now. Not never. It's a good tackle, and Schmidt is going to whack it. And the whistle finally goes. 2 minutes over the clock. But Grimsby Town win or draw. Yes, with 10 men, so we've got a bit of a disadvantage, but I don't care right now. The Mariners are going to Wembley. Get in there, lads. Nothing from Adam Lallana. It'll probably be mixed emotions because we didn't win the game. And we did get a player suspended as a draw elsewhere. Ipswich and Watford 2-2, meaning we will face Watford. Troy Deeney's ex-club. Don't tell me he's in charge of them right now as Wilson, or not Wilson, but Green has left to Orlando. And no, not the Four Seasons, as we need to get this team ready. Dragus has played brilliantly, but McAtee is right there. So he's going to come in. And Summers, I might drop him, I'm afraid. Change this midfield around. I think that's the best we do. Do like Endo on the left, as he's been training as a centre mid. Marriott stays in, though. I did like the pace he offered, but who's replacing Wilson? Because we don't have a good right back. And to be fair, Casado, it does say he can play right there. A -2, which means we could actually still trust Summers in Cam and play our 2 youth players. So yeah, I'm going to trust him. As Endo, does he go up? It stays at a 77. He might sign another contract though. Then again, he is 34 and he's gone -1 in rating, and we will need all the money we get, not just for signings next year. Whichever league we're in, there will be a big announcement to go, but that announcement can wait for after Wembley. Our second trip here in all of this Grimsby Town to glory this year. Oh, and we are in the away kit, which of course I mentioned I love, but it would have been nice to be in black and white. But the Hornets are in their yellow. Hopefully they're upsetting them colours, as we need to win. And again, Milovanovic starts. He did miss the penalty last time, but he never stopped trying. And he's got a lot more potential, of course, than Dennis Undav. Although he's brilliant, he's a good bench player to have. And we've got a fully fit team. Nathan Marriott, could we get an early goal? And Gakia with a good tackle. But still, keep this pressure on. Marriott wins the ball back and drill that into the middle. Milovanovic, no! Never looked confident, not once getting that ball. See, their striker gets their shot off. An easy save for Jokin, but a very open cup final, which usually isn't the case. Hitting one of our players as Wataru. That's a good ball forward. Milovanovic with a pass on. And now Nathan Marriott with a cut inside. Nathan Marriott, he's going to go for range, and that's not a bad shot. A little bit of a warning sign. Don't mind it at all, but I do mind it when they come forward. Both teams going very quickly forward. It is not a conservative game at all. Both teams just want to play forward. And that is really a good sign, because now we can expose their defence. If we just try to get it to the left-hand side. Was there a foul in there, though? I think for me, there actually was. As Busaid, a tackle. Casado with a sloppy pass, but McAtee picking up on it. Come on, lads. Urgency. We need to get this ball switched. Now, that's where we do well. But again, we failed with it. And Watford are actually just maybe trying to stop us. I don't know. But they are going to get a shot off and an open net from Gakia. But he is offside. A very good thing for us. At least it won't count. And yes, momentarily, I was absolutely scared to death right there. But now we can counter. We did just take the free kick, which we wasted a little bit. But half-time. 0-0. We can still go again in this game. There's a goal for us in normal time. But what a cagey finale. And if you haven't noticed, I've actually tried to avoid saying the words Premier League to not jinx it. And nope, I did just mention it, but I feel a bit confident. That's why, that we can just keep doing what we're doing. And Watford won't score. They've had one chance as Schmidt. That's an excellent ball to the back stick. No one picking up on it, of course. We did run past the ball as a shot from Savage. Still falls back to Savage, and a wonderful goal from our Welsh midfielder. That's why I felt confident. A wonderful goal at Wembley from Robbie Savage's son, Charlie Savage, making a name for himself. And that is a brilliant goal in the Royal Kit in London. Brilliant finish. 1-0 to the Mariners. But now I'm dialing it down because the game is far from over. Adam Lallana will know that himself. Kayembe through the middle, and they've somehow passed straight back to us. Come on, an hour gone, 30 minutes, and we are in the PL Not gonna say them words again. Not gonna try and jinx it as Schmidt. Come on, get going, mate. The Savage at the side here. The Swiss man from range. Was on target to the top corner, but maybe a bit of a risk. Then again, he's got back into play to try and mark a Sprila, who's a brilliant player, you know? And all my days, it went over Matty Wolf still. Charlie Savage, we're all over the dock on the floor. And Alan, all my days, nervy bit from Grimsby Town. But still, we managed to survive. And, oh, Charlie Savage, he's got injured. And, of course, our midfielder is playing at right back. The only crucial injury we've ever got, and that means on the bench, it's going to be Jacob Bell. Can he really play in midfield? Oh no, Thompson is defensive. That is the perfect switch around. As it was a game-stopping injury as well. I think the first one we've had in this save. And with this being the playoff final, if we do reach the Premier League or whatever league we're in, he may miss the start of the fixtures, as that's a brilliant ball in, but another shot missed by us. John McAtee tried to pick up on it, and Summers now, he's picking up on it still. McAtee was offside last time, and this time, he's in! It's the second goal, and I don't believe it! How has that gone in, the goal? It's an absolute freak of a shot, but Grimsby now 2-0 up, and I can say the words Premier League, feeling confident. Bachman with a howler. McAtee with the second. As Dennis Undav get on, you are the man perfect for this moment because we're going to have to go defensive. And he is our counter-attacker. 5 minutes of the game left. Did we even beat Watford this year? Over the 2 games, I don't know. But John McAtee, ex-Luton, he's been loving playing against these. As Summers is through if he can reach Dennis Undav. It's 3-0 Grimsby. The man who joined, Adam Lallana, used his contacts to just get us over the line. Is literally doing that. From fighting relegation to winning at Wembley and only just sneaking in the playoffs, but we deserved it. We bet some good teams. And a special shout out to Casado, playing out of position, and you didn't even notice there was something off. He just played like Kane Wilson as black and white stripes. Don't match the kit, but I will take the black and white. Get it in the trophy cabinet. As it's going to be Doug Tharm, been here since League 2 next to his counterpart Matty Wolf. And that is brilliant. The Mariners winning their second playoff campaign, and they haven't lost one to date. And there might not be one next year. Well, who am I kidding? There won't be, because there isn't any playoffs in the Premier League. Now we just need to survive, but in the top tier. As no interview from Lallana, I don't know why it just hasn't shown up, but I will just stare at that all day. Championship playoff winners, but there's got to be another winner today, or decided the contenders today. No one wins immediately as player of the season. You can see top scorer at the club is actually John McAtee. How fitting, the Grimsby Town ex-player with it. Dennis Undav with 15, Milovanovic 12, Marriott 10. And whilst we're here, let's check the injury to Charlie Savage. 2-month dislocated shoulder. He should be back for the Premier League. As anyway, our best player contenders. The first one, John McAtee. He's got the highest average rating at a 7.07. And second is Nathan Marriott with a 6.92. And then Charlie Savage, one below. He's always up for nomination. As there is one actually higher than them both, Dennis Dragos, but I'm going to say you have to play over 20 games to be nominated for Player of the Season. Putting Milovanovic on that list, of course. I'm quite shocked. He's actually got a higher rating than Undav, and it's always bloody attackers. Feeling sorry for this man, Doug Tharm, who's been excellent, and also Matty Wolf. That partnership has to go into the Premier League. As for players leaving, we've got some guaranteed. Danny Rose leaves the club. Maybe could be a coach in the future, but he's retiring, so we actually cannot speak to him. Kieran Green's leaving, Malarkey, and also Jordan Ayew, one of Troy Deeney's mates, as we're going to speak to our new mate, our new best friend really, Adam Lallana, our manager. Adam, both congratulations and thank you at the same time for getting this club into the Premier League. I can't believe it's happened. We started all the way in League 2, took the gamble with you, and you've shown you're a class manager. But I can't lie, Premier League life won't be easy on the budget. We do have a lot of money from a new sponsor on the kit next year, but we've got to invest that because the sponsor want us to build a new stadium, which will cost half of our budget. So Grimsby Town, after 5 long seasons, have reached the pinnacle, the Premier League. With Adam Lallana in charge and me as the owner, the sky is the limit as we have to keep going. In terms of money, we have got a new sponsor, so Adam will want players, but I want something else. I want to revamp the home stadium as the sponsors ask, making it Prem-worthy. As yes, people. Firstly, we do have a new kit. We are in the Premier League, and I've got a new kit on. This is the Grimsby Town new 2024-25 kit, and I think it looks good. Perfect that it's here for the first episode in the Premier League, as I haven't seen the poll votes. They're not live by the time I'm recording this, but we do have the new kit. And as you can see, we are sponsored by Spotify, big on the kit, but big in the budget it gave us. Really liked the home kit and quite similar to last year's because of course we did well last year as we've got this grey away kit. And if you can see, there is pictures of the fans in the kit. Very low opacity on it, but they are there as the home kit's this nice little dried out peach, and I think it mixes good with the other kits, as we didn't get a response from this Madame Lallana at the end of the last video when we told him we would be taking half of his budget, and that's 43 million for a new stadium, or 21.5, as yes, we're going to be changing it. Blundellpack will be no more in the Prem. Probably should have put it to a vote, as this is the stadium. I'm going to pick Ivy Lane, 30k capacity, and I don't like it too much, but we have to name the stadium the Spotify Stadium as they're our new sponsor. And I really like the idea, although it's not fully Grimsby-like, having this very whitewashed stadium. No red seats like the old one, all white, but it gives it that modern feeling. And like Spotify have just paid for it. And we'll give it some nice stripes. We've got black and white checkered nets. I think that's perfect, right? So we have our ground sorted. Now it's just the players as 23 million. And at this current time, Endo, I didn't include it, but has an extra 6-month deal here, allowing him to stay a little bit longer as our moneymaker if we were to sell his Matty Wolf. But I don't want to at the moment. We've got Kane Wilson at 80 now. We've got some good ratings, but we definitely need more of them, as I'm going to speak to Adam about our current side at the time being and what signings we should make if we want to stay in the Prem. Adam, we are building this Premier League team, and I apologise that I did take half the budget away. But at the same team, I think we've got quality players, and it's just about adding some other quality additions. Which he says, you're quite right, boss. I do like the new stadium. I think it was a good idea. Yes, it's took our money down, as the only real necessity is another midfielder, with Endo getting old and Charlie Savage just being injured. And yeah, I think that is probably a sensible option because we've got Summers there. And we do have Casado, who doubles up as a right back. Maybe we need another one. And Thompson, well, it's not worked out great for him. I'd say I'd put him on the transfer list or loan list, but we've only got 27 players and some still have to leave. As there's 2 straight away, 2 OGs as well. Toby Malarkey and Kieran Green, both going elsewhere. But still, I promised when we reach the Premier League, we can increase our scouting. We don't have much money, but I do want to buy 2 other scouts for in our system. If we can get better youth players, we can sell them for profit. So new scout Jaden Langley, I am going to send to Spain. I'm not looking for anything in particular, just for some good players. Oliver Emil, our usual. I have got to send him to England. He's been so good there, and I'm just hoping he carries on to be. As finally, Vittorio Fontana. I'm sorry, mate. You're going to have to definitely leave Italy, to go and scout South America, as I'm hoping that's improved our academy on the whole. I mean, some good players. Carlos Neves at 15. Not only is he 6'4", but he's definitely going to be a good centre-back. We don't get him for a year or until he turns 16, but that's a player to have, as the other one's Peter Shepherd. I'm going to promote, and Morris, try and get them out on loan. As speaking of loan, we've still got Ibrahim Bell, who doesn't look too cracking, and same with Harley Shields. We're going to be loan listing a lot, and we've still not made a signing, as I want to get on to our first game, which looks like it will be Brentford. And I can't lie, that's not the worst start at all. Brentford, then Arsenal, and then Bristol City, which could be an early 6-pointer, as an offer straight in for Dennis Undav. It's a decent bit of money, you know. At 30-year-old, but I am going to turn it down. We need the experience. A good bit of money for Ewan Summers. But as we know, we definitely need more defenders. And Austin Smith, he's our backup goalkeeper. No chance we sell him, as loads of offers for Undav, which I'm going to keep rejecting. I'm not going to sell that man. Or if I ever do, I think that money right there has got to be added to a lot more money and then spent on another striker. But of course, we're not looking for a striker at this time. I said midfielder, and a backup one as Edouard Michui. Definitely said his name wrong, but from Southampton in Lallana's position, of course. 24, 76 rated. Shouldn't mind being put on the bench for a little while, so I think this man would be a shrewd signing, as I'm going to offer a little bit lower than his evaluation, because I don't want just one signing. I actually want to make a couple, and with a sell-on clause, that is absolutely fine, because he's going to be sat on our bench anyway. We might not have him for long, but we shouldn't think about getting rid of him, because he's just walking through the door. Our first Premier League signing is the Saints midfielder, and he's a lot younger than Endo, so he should do just fine. 8.3 million, fine. I don't mind paying that, as we need the players, and this man's an improvement on Thompson, so onto the bench he goes. Could touch the first team, but no, I'm going to swap Savage for Casado to start off with. That is an easy switch right there. That will be the team I start. Am I overly convinced? Probably not, I'll be honest with you. We'll train him as a centre mid, hopefully boosts his rating, and search for other players as Harley Shields. Right, a player on the loan list from Bristol City. I kind of want to reject it just because it's Bristol. We don't have many players as it is, but I want to let that guy go. Not to a Premier League rival, though, as I think that would be stupid. Instead, into Miami. Well, if Messi's still there, maybe. Don't think he will be in 5 years' time, which it is currently now, and Roman Morris is going to FCU Craiova in Romania. Think that's a university team, as offers for Marko Milovanovic, 13 million from the Hammers. But no, he's not going, as Peter Shepherd. Well, do we actually need a third choice keeper in the Premier League? I don't know. I'm gonna lean towards no, though, so I will try and loan him out, get a bit of growth in him. Harley Shields off your pot, mate, as they're finally starting to leave. And we are getting players out with no players coming back in. Worries me slightly. And of course, with our budget only being £11 million all year round, apart from if we sold someone, we have to be more smart with that. So what I've gone and done is scouted through free agents and found this man here, Hamza Chowdhury. Now, on the base, he's not a great player. He spent some years in the Championship, but right back, CDM, centre mid like Casado, but mostly right back, where we only have one player. So he's a versatile man who might not even make the bench, as I've found another one like that, but I don't think I'm going to sign him. Ben Mee. Wow. 17 pace on the man. If only he could have been just a little bit younger, but hey, Hamza, welcome to the Mariners. Can't wait to see the Afro going to and fro in the Premier League again, just like it did with Leicester, as we are getting closer to our Premier League opener, and that is concerning. Have we got enough into the squad already? Adam, what you thinking? Do you think we can survive now? That's our only aim this year. Don't worry, nothing more. Boss, I think we could have survived with the team we had already. We've got to have some faith. These boys just got promoted. Okay, I like that optimism, but we still have 9 million. If you do want to spend it, the money is there on the table. As cheers, boss. I know you've always got my back as a manager, but I'll prove I might not need it. I'm giving this squad my all. I like it. He's trusting the squad we have, trusting Tham, trusting Summers, trusting Marriott, all whom are young or OGs, and trusting the bench we have. I mean, I don't mind it. I can't fault it. I mean, he's got money and he's still choosing not to spend it. As now Adam Lallana's bringing Matty Wolf in his office, an influential player in, of course, the first team squad. Matty, look, I know you've seen 2 players come in, one in a defensive position, but not challenging you. I wanted to speak about the players already here. What I saw in them playoffs was nothing but spectacular. So I think I can safely say I trust you lads already to put the effort in and get us surviving. So I am willing to spend all the money I have now on signing you lads up and giving you better contracts. As Matty says, well, boss, all I can say is thank you. I can't promise survival, of course, but I will give it my all in particular. I know Doug will at the side of me. He's a great friend. And yeah, I'll tell the lads, thank you for the pay increase. As it looks like news has filtered through the squad and there's only one player that doesn't have a new contract, Wataru Endo, who just signed another 6-month deal as the highest paid player, Dennis Undav, but he's proven to be worth it. And then it's the 2 new boys, Hamza and Edouard, who have got to prove themselves, both championship players, and both on decent money. As how has pre-season gone? Okay, mixed bag. We did actually beat Freiburg, another top tier side, and a draw with Getafe. We lost to Gladbach. I think that's the best we can actually expect. But still, there is better to come from this team, as Edouard, he does go up +2. So a little bit of a bargain hiding there in the championship. I'm glad we jumped on that one. 78 rating. And he is now challenging as one of the best players, the same age as Charlie Savage, but he's got that injury. So could he take over? You never know, he might have to start the first game if Savage still isn't fit. As I'm a few days before the Premier League begins with the ultimately beautiful graphics on show, and still getting bids for our 2 strikers we want to keep because we'll need goals in the Premier League. Goals on the counter-attack. As yes, if you thought we were going for anything but, we are still on the counter-attack and we need to pick our lineup soon. As any last-minute signings? Well, we've only got 5 million, which is enough for another transfer, but we won't be doing it right now. Instead, we'll be picking the team we've got to play, and Mishui, I don't get why he's unfit. As Savage is quite unfit, he's got no sharpness in the tank, but one player that has both energy and sharpness, Summers, our youth player. I might have to trust him. I'm going to put Dragus on the wing, and that's our starting Prem team. As here we go, let's see that new stadium. The bright white light absolutely blinds you and hopefully blinds our opposition. Matty Wolf has got a tifo on the start of his Premier League campaign. And the start of ours, of course. Thomas Frank is going to be the opposite manager. I love it. I do miss Blundell Park, though. Got that lower league feel. But, of course, we are a Premier League team. The graphic in the top corner, I absolutely love it all. As, come on, I'd love it more if we got started against Brentford. It's not the most difficult start, but still, we need to win it, or of course get a draw at the minimum, as that pass, absolutely awful. But still, we're a counter-attacking team, so we don't do well with the ball at his feet on the normal transition. As here is Endo, though. He's going through onto the wing, and McAtee with a smart turn. John McAtee to put it to the back post towards Dragus. It might fall here, and it doesn't. Kyokra's getting the header away. Now, what a striker they have on their hands, as we need to try and stop him here. Matty Wolf with a good interception, and now we break away. It's Dennis Dragus turning away. Can we get someone down this right-hand side? We do, in Kane Wilson, and there's McAtee over the top. He turned and started running, but it didn't just fall to him, and he handled it on the edges. Gaia, a block from Wilson. It falls into Heinen, who we need to block off again. Endo doing very well. We're holding our own defensively, but can we be lethal on the attack? As McAtee, he's got round his man right here. Milovanovic is peeling off. John McAtee has gone and found him, and oh no. That was the counter-attack. I'm going to have to say it quietly, but I think we've been the better team. McAtee, Endo, it's now on to Summers. Ewan, can he try and find Dragus? Brilliant run by him, but Ethan Pinnock, like Wolf, an ex-Barnsley graduate who got a good block in, and Endo. I tell you what, for a man playing for his contract, he is really playing for his contract as Milovanovic, around his man, tries to whip it in. And a corner at home where we've been dominant in front of many more fans that would usually see the Grimsby games. Headed away from that though. Still, don't let them counter us, as they don't manage to. And I'm going to give it a mini fist bump that half, because I think we've edged it. And of course, we're not losing here. All we need to do is survive, and we're proving we're worthy of maybe competing a little bit more than just survival in the bottom three. Maybe dream higher, but it's 45 minutes against Brentford. Come on, don't chase. Just keep going properly. As there's a gap opened up here, and no, they're going to get their one chance, but a good save by Jokin, who really had to make it, but still, oh dear, it's on the edge of the box, Doug Tharm. Brilliant little toe in there, and Summers to escape. If he's got round his man, which he has done perfectly, he's had a really good game. The youth player squeezing into the team as get there, please. No, McAtee. Quicker. Almost a chance as I'm going to try and make changes. I'm going to make 3. Undav, Savage, and Marriott. We need a bit more pace and a bit more creativity. We can maybe get them into the game a little bit more, use a bit more pace as Marriott. Undav, make a move. Undav, right, is through here a little bit, of course. Maybe if he could cut inside, this could be a goal. Undav, he is inside, and oh my days, we needed that to go in. A corner's a bit useless. We don't have our tall man on. Still, we'll whip this in, and we do win the header. And that was Kane Wilson, I believe. What an effort from the right back, as still, they've passed straight back to us. We are begging for a goal right here. Give these new fans that have finally got seats in the stadium something to celebrate as Marriott turns, looking for Schmidt, who needs to just get past this last man. He snuck inside of him brilliantly. It's into Dennis Undav. He can't sort his feet out. And the referee somehow give a free kick after that. I don't really get it. 3 minutes now to defend. If we ain't gonna get 3 points, make sure we leave with 1 at this new stadium. As no, a ball through the middle. Oh my days, what an end-to-end first game, I've got to say. As head this away, please. Endo does quite well, but Nathan Collins on the edge. McAtee trying to read it. Still not gone. Carvalho, good save from Jokin, who's been solid. Whacked forward and headed on by Marriott as our first game in the Premier League, of course, is a goalless one. As Adam, how do you think you did in the Premier League right there? Grimsby in the top tier. It's gonna be a big step up. Which Adam doesn't react very well to, saying, what is this agenda about Grimsby not making the step up? We have just fought in the playoffs against Watford, an ex-Premier League club with a lot of history in this division. We belong here. We shouldn't be looking down. We should be looking up. And there's good stuff in store for this team. So Grimsby Town are in the Premier League and haven't started badly with a draw against Brentford. The team's looking good, but it still could be added to, as today I do have 1 player on the shortlist. You'll have to wait to see him, as we have games to go today, including our first big game, Arsenal, as me and Adam look to build on our 1-point start in the Premier League this year. As yes, people, I know I've got the new Grimsby kit. If you saw the last episode, you did see me in that. But at the time of recording, England do play, and we have a semi-final. Plus, the player that we see today potentially about signing is an England international. And if you've seen the thumbnail, you might be able to tell, but if you haven't seen it thoroughly, then try and take a guess which position he's going to take in this team, because it might actually shock you. And we aren't going to make it straight away today. We've got to make sure we do have enough money, as Dewsbury Hall in an offer for Kane Wilson. I mean, it's too late in the window. But that's not that bad, surely. Oh, wait, 32 million as well as Dewsbury Hall? Are we going to actually make this deal here? Now, this has actually added a bit of a spanner to the works. We don't have another right back, only Hamza at the club. And we do have quite a few central midfielders. But if we could maybe move one to right back. Mark Casado, how long does it take him to train there? 109 weeks? Not the best from him. But surely we can't turn down that offer, which has put a huge spanner in the works. We'll turn down these two, as Kane has just played well in a crucial opening game, but them demands from Dewsbury Hall. Not as much as Undav, and I'm leaning towards maybe signing the Englishman, please. Maybe? As the reason I say please is because I want to speak to Adam. He's in charge of this team. And he has midfield experience. Adam, you of course used to be a midfielder. Do you think the deal for KDH is the right one to do? 32 million as well to the budget. Well, I think it's a no-brainer. We definitely have to sell Kane. A wonderful kid, but this really helps the club. I had one free agent signing in mind already. Not a right-back one though, so we'd have to spend money on that. Okay, I see what you're getting at. I think we must sell him. So get them scouts out, as I'll let you spend all the money, of course. As has it gone through before we play Arsenal? No, it hasn't. So we still do have Kane, I believe. Yes, he's in the team, but do we actually go ahead and play him? Because when players have transfer controversy around them, they usually don't play. But I don't want to play Chowdhury. Instead, I'm going to swap it like that. So Casado at fullback in a huge game right here. We're travelling to the Emirates. Our first Prem away day. And of course we had to play it, even though we're probably going to lose. We've got to give it our all. Every point will count as we just aim to survive. And I do like this grey kit, especially now that I've seen it in game. Definitely know which team we are. And we know we're not going to get a kit clash. There's one thing about kits. I haven't changed the numbers around, which I wanted to do this season, and also give the increase to McAtee, as that's a brilliant save from Jokin. And without spilling too much, he definitely needs to make some good saves today, because it's not only Arsenal, but maybe his position's in doubt. A pass into Bandera, and it's 1-0 Arsenal. From one of their youngsters. Not a great start at all, but still we've got to get back into the flow of things. Matty Wolf, Doug Tharm, expected better. As our first time going behind, actually, in a Premier League game. Charlie Savage back in the squad and definitely looking rusty. Not a good pass at all, as now Sambi Lakonga onto Mika. Bandera. Just trying to mark the Arsenal players up. It's Bukayo Saka. Ball straight through the middle. And another save by Jokin. But we are getting sliced open. And not looking too good. I'll be the first to admit that. But again, Arsenal a good team as McAtee on the run forward. Ball slipped through to Milanovic. First time he's touching the ball right here. What can he try and do? Back heel. Into Ewan Summers, and it might fall to McAtee. Another big save by the keeper. And a good double chance for Grimsby, as I've just realised their goalkeeper. I don't believe it's their first team one. I think they've rotated for us, which is a gamble for them, as Endo gotta be handled for Kayo Tomori in the box for Arsenal, as this could be our first goal in game. Or not quite first goal in game, but first goal in the Premier League. Endo through bodies. Definitely handled by Tomori. Shutting that angle up as Milovanovic, the striker, has been doubted. But this time it's off the post and in. No saving it. 1-1 at the Emirates. And it's our big Serbian man who gets us on level terms. Great stuff. All the way from being beaten 4-1, of course, when we played them in the FA Cup before. Then we were in League 2, as now we're starting to dominate. At the end of this half right here, it's going to be Dragus. Handled. Surely another penalty, ref. But nothing given. And 1-1 at half-time. Absolutely unbelievable. Really liking this, Mariners. As another thing as well, Schmidt, who does well going forward, he has completely outmarked Saka this game, who I hope I've not jinxed, but has been really quiet. He's been their non-existent man. Look at that tackle from Schmidt. And now we go again. It's Dragus. It's brilliant passing. And the Romanian Dragus just has to keep running. And it's almost over the line. Just had to poke it. But we've got really unlucky. And Saka's through again. But we've marked up Mika, the man in the middle. McAtee not having a good game. We need to give him that play style and increase a Smith Rowe. Saka, Wolf with the block. It's getting interesting now. We just need to get on the right side of this game and play our counter stuff. As now Dragus bringing the ball away. Milovanovic through the middle. Pull it across and it's a chance. I believe Ewan Summers, the youngster, has it in front at the Emirates. Can you believe it? We might be starting our away Premier League fixtures with a shock win over Arsenal, a sweaty across the box, and now we just need to hold on. We're into the 90th minute. They've put Havertz on us, Undav, and 1 minute left on the clock. Endo with a shot into Hines' hands, and I actually don't believe it. We've just beaten Arsenal. As straight to Adam Lallana in the Premier League presser as they ask him about his first Premier League win. Absolutely unbelievable. Shows what I talked about. Grimsby Town are not here for one season. And that's exactly what I want to hear. As Port Vale up next, it's a Carabao Cup game. Can we go in the League Cup as well? As I am going to change the team up, and you can see McAtee, I'm actually going to take him out for Campbell, but I won't forget. He did win the poll, so he gets his +1 rating already, up to an 81 already. And the play style we put on him, whipped pass. Now, it's not like McAtee, who's a bit more of a dribbler himself, but with a big man in the middle and a counter-attack mentality, we're going to have to cross to Milovanovic as against Port Vale. Squeezing through as a player for them called Wilson with a brace. As what about our Wilson? Has he been sold yet? I believe he has right here, and this is our new man, Kiernan Dewsbury Hall. The Chelsea star in real life becomes our new number 8, joining the Spotify-sponsored Mariners. I was thinking of smart stuff to say then, and 32.6 million to spend, but we're not spending all that straight away. As I'm trusting Casado to slot in at right back, but here we have another class goalkeeper. Joaquin's been brilliant, but Jordan Pickford, released from Everton, as they have a better keeper. As if you ask why he was released, well, Diogo Costa's your reason. They've got Novak, Virginia, and Noah Walters, which has left the England star absolutely out to dry. So we're going to speak to him with the Lana in a fancy cafe. Jordan, pleased to meet you. I know you're world class. And your age, well, I just see it as experience. I'd be delighted to welcome you to Grimsby and have you as a starting goalkeeper for our campaign. As Jordan says, well, I don't know really. I think you'll treat me good, of course. Well, better than Everton, but I want to develop my career. I feel I'm still class. So I'd sign on for you, but if a bigger club came in, I'd want to leave at the first opportunity. If you'd agree with that, I'd be all down for it. And there was a shake of hands there, so our number 1 is here. Not only Grimsby's number 1 now, but of course England's number 1. Welcome to Grimsby, and he's got to be in the team for Bristol City. And still, we have a lot of money in the bank, as I'm actually buzzing with it. The only problem is Dewsbury Hall. Does he go in for Savage? Well, Savage isn't actually fit. And Pickford in the net. That is a wonderful looking team. We've just got to carry on though and go unbeaten more, because that's what we are currently. And with the team that we're building, we shouldn't be looking down as we beat Bristol. McAtee and Casado, after they did take the lead, they got a red card as well. Casado scoring from right back, as that's our only dilemma now, but I think he can cope. And with 34 million, do we spend it straight away? I'm rather controversially thinking we don't. So without further ado, we are skipping deadline day. That's right, we loaned everyone we wanted to loan, sold everyone we wanted to sell, and bought a brilliant team. Midfield DMs, not looking too strong, but still, I am going to trust it. Oh, our first defeat comes to Nottingham Forest, which I feel is just unlucky, as we're gonna sim a few games today, because of course we sim a lot. And I want to play another big team. After Arsenal feeling confident. But Brighton, well, we've got Sterling, David, and they absolutely hammer us. Ah, well, still, it looks like the Prem hasn't settled yet, and we are in 9th, above Manchester City. Brilliant work before Aston Villa next, which I think will be another loss, and is Ivan Toney. How have they got him, as we do have Arsenal next, and they've gone a lot stronger for this Carabao Cup game than they did in the league? Are they following a trophy here, or do they just want to beat us? They do both, as we're actually starting to lose a lot of games right now. That month wasn't very nice to us, as let's hope West Ham is better. I'm trusting you, lads. At the Spotify Stadium, a 0-0. I mean, it's not the worst in the world. Not the worst in the world, as I feel I have to play a game soon. Is Leicester the suitable one? They do have 1 point less than us. But then I'm eyeing up next month where we have Manchester City and Man United. I want to play Man United. I'll just probably sim City. So yeah, let's have a go. Let's have a go at Leicester with a fully fit Meshui, who gets his first start. Highlights for this one. Another team that's got promoted very recently. David Datro Fofana. Could be a decent striker him, as it's going to be them to start off with, and it's going to be him with the run. Doug Tharm to try and read him. Didn't get the tackle in, but he did push his man back. Dewsbury Hall against his former club. Ilias cutting in. Good block by Doug, but still he's got to do it again, and he's been skipped straight past. Matty Wolf's got to watch David, and he's going to come out of position right here because he does have cover in the middle. Ilias causing all of the trouble. Yeah, Schmidt needs to get across to him. He does mark his winger well. Block by Tharm. And finally, what looks like an attack to us. Oh, savage, though. Absolutely terrible touch there. Leading to a horror tackle, but it's Milovanovic. He's passed it shot to McAtee. Marco Milovanovic, he gets his shot off there. Into Dennis Dragus. What a save, as we are starting to dominate. And now Marriott on the ball. It might have been Marriott with the shot. He's now 75 rated. Higher than Summers, our number 9 youngster, of course. Get that over the top. It's a good ball towards McAtee. He does have the whipped crossing, and that is a whipped ball. Highlight ended early, and now it's theirs with a pass straight across the field. But Jordan Pickford, amazing. Absolutely amazing. That is England quality that, of course, we've got, as we need to now defend this corner. Doug with the header away. Didn't let us counter-attack, though. And that's the end of the game. Another 0-0 draw. Like I say about every point, it's precious. It is precious, as we're 11th in the league on 9 points. But this table's definitely not settled, because when we look down below, there is Arsenal in the relegation zone and Newcastle. That kind of takes the shine off our win, as I thought we did amazingly against Arsenal, but obviously not. We came back. Mishu always tired, but Crystal Palace right now. Guruzetka with 2 goals. McAtee gets our only 1. As I think I regret actually not signing a right back now. A draw against Fulham. Where's our win gonna come from? Because we're into a harder month. Maybe we could get a win here, though. Shock a few teams. Everton or City, as there are 2 games to play. And to be fair, Everton below us, they've got Diogo Jota or Diogo Costa, whatever it is, in their goal. But Pickford gets revenge. Charlie Savage and Dragus. That is a win for us. Finally, but I've got a big ask, though, and it's probably too big. Can we beat Manchester City? 21 points already? Don't think we stand a chance, but hey, you never know. 3-2, Dragus and McAtee, our wingers, dragging us very close, as we need to drag ourselves to now our final game of today, Manchester United. This is actually huge. Taking this team to Old Trafford, they've got Højlund. They'll have a lot of good players. But we've had a relatively good month this time round, and an ex-Liverpool manager, he will definitely want this. As we've got to want this. Rasmus Højlund up front for them. I saw Sancho on the wing. Their first flurry forward. No more of that, please, lads. I know it's definitely going to come, though. It's Manchester United, but we are a counter-attacking team. And oh my days, Dewsbury Hall's just duped them all. And now Schmidt, Isaac, to run down this left-hand side, which is left completely free because their man can't get across to it, and all towards McAtee, who almost slid onto it. Or should I call him Manchester McAtee? Because he is from Manchester, Johnny, as now we need to get running through this gap. Charlie Savage against one of his dad's old clubs. It's a Duke again. They just cannot read us. And McAtee scores first at Old Trafford. Our star man, our best player last season and our top scorer. We're 1-0 up away from home. Lovely ball from Savage. His dad might not be pleased, but we are right here. 1-0 to Grimsby. And we've just got to keep it going as Jordan Pickford has the ball. I need him screaming, barking orders at us defenders and midfielders, and maybe even attackers, if his voice can reach the decibels, as that's a ball over from Dewsbury Hall. Got to be handled from Manchester. No? Okay, what was the advantage for anyway? As no, McTominay over the top from him. Close, but not happening. As Keenan Dewsbury Hall, though, he's got to get a little bit closer to the attacking third. That's a foul. And our Frenchman takes it quickly. I do really want it to work for him as well, but he's got a fatigue problem, it seems, as that's a good ball behind. John McAtee, 2-0. He's just scored the same goal, but on a half volley, as he celebrates at the same corner, facing the Stretford end. Grimsby Town have 2 goals against third place Manchester United. This is unreal. We're in dreamland at the moment. It's telling you to watch out for McAtee, who has 5 Premier League goals in 13 outings. Fair tackle from our man, and we're just sprinting through United. The gaps in their defence, they're very leaky. As Dragus, another winger right here, he went to pass it last minute and ran straight into the goalkeeper, who's had a poor game apart from that. 2-0 to Grimsby. Unbelievable. That is all I can say so far. Just keep it up, as we are 2-0 up. We're kind of cruising, but I'm still watching the clock. That was a good tackle from Dewsbury Hall, who should get it back from Savage. Keenan Dewsbury Hall, he was ready to hit it. McTominay, still we win the ball back, and Dewsbury Hall won't have to be asked twice about a shot. P-roller, though. Should have done a lot better. That's why Chelsea wanted him. Will we see that in the Prem this year, as that's a good cross in? It falls to Milovanovic. It's 3-0 Grimsby. Oh my days. Our Serbian scorer taps it home. Dreadful marking. And it's 3-0. I actually don't believe it. Away from home as well, in what should have been a tough month. Unbelievable, Jeff, as we've put Chowdhury on. We're actually rotating against United and still very dominant. Isaac Schmidt goes optimistically to try and score a long ranger, as we've just tackled their winger. And now Savage, let's break. Mishui, Milovanovic, I was going to take him off for, of course, our other man, but we've kept him on for now. Undav on the bench. McAtee on a hat-trick. Will he be ungreedy, though? It's almost in the middle. Could you imagine 4-0 now? That would be unbelievable. They've had a few chances like then. It was a shot that needed just to go over that crossbar, because it was almost sneaking in, but they are so easy to cut through. Edouard Michou just allowed to run through the middle. I know I'm saying his name wrong. Handball? Surely? No, but I will take a corner. Decent from the last one, as can we get another one towards Milovanovic? Ball should fall from Mishui. Look at that for a back heel. Charlie Savage, Doug Tharm. Doug Tharm, our centre-back. Almost 4-0. We're the only team pushing, as McAtee's got to come off very soon. He's put everything into this game, but he's on a hat-trick. He gives it into Milovanovic. He doesn't know where to go. Work it out to Nathan Marriott to P-roll it. 5-0, a youngster. Nathan Marriott off the bench. And this is making me speechless. But what else makes me speechless? They've just subbed on Garnacho and Engels, 2 brilliant youngsters. They didn't start the game with. Everyone underestimating the mighty Grimsby Town, who after being sort of relegation fodder, definitely now mean business. Well, last episode, what can we say, really? Thumping Arsenal, then thumping Manchester United, whilst also signing an English star, as the Grimsby save is definitely on the up. And I know, not a long intro, but I'm editing this video on a Sunday, which I do have the England kit on for, because it's the final, and come on England, please. I'm happy now, but just know when I'm editing this, I am pooing myself. I am so nervous. But I've got to try and focus, because we're here with Grimsby. If you haven't seen the last episode, There's a few spoilers there. McAtee got player of the month. We don't have Kane Wilson, but instead Dewsbury Hall and Jordan Pickford. That's right, England international. As when we do look at the team, he's by far the highest rated, then Wolf, then McAtee, then Dewsbury Hall, as 2 of our 4 highest rated have come in this window. Plus, we built a bloody stadium, which of course was paid for by our sponsor Spotify in the new kit, of course. I'm still absolutely loving it. As you know what I'd love more? A few wins today, as we have a very hectic Christmas. Tottenham, Chelsea, and then weirdly enough, on Christmas Day, we do have Liverpool. Let's hope Santa brings us 3 points, and then we're into January. Could a signing be on the cards? Straight away today. Or not straight away, but when the window comes, as we have 30 million, and we know the position we need. Right back, as we only have a Hamza Chowdhury, who's a 74 rated, and 30 years old. But still, we roll with it, as he's not actually playing there. We've got Casado, who I want to move back into midfield. Get the best out of him as we lose to Bournemouth, the team we was with last season in the Championship. Schmidt with a red card, as we're 14th in the league. So yeah, a right back could come soon. We're losing more games now, but still a very good start, I'd say. We are now 6 points off Everton near the bottom, as I'd want to play some lower clubs today. As yeah, we played all the top teams last time, like Manchester United, like Arsenal. I would like to play Chelsea, just because I really like Chelsea, and Wolves, and then maybe Fulham, who are rock bottom of the league. Picking the games wisely, as here we have Newcastle. I'm just going to fix the team straight away. I do not expect anything, but Clinton Mola steps in the team and scores alongside McAtee. We've beaten the Geordies with a win that actually zooms us up the table. We're on 0 goal difference, 9th in the Premier League. Big gap though between us and 7th place City, as Chelsea actually below us. As what do we do here? Do we play Clinton Mola, who's actually in the reserves? Definitely needs to be on the bench, but we've got to rotate because it's a very tired squad now. And Endo, we're going to make our mind up on him soon. As yes, it says 6 months left, but in January, he may leave, as he's only got a small deal. Like I said, I'm undecided, as I've rotated for Spurs and we lose 3-2. McAtee and Savage. So close again, man, as now bids are flying in, because of course we're getting towards January. These clubs want to sign quicker, but no, they're not doing it. I don't care that they've bidded earlier. Clinton Mola's definitely staying now. Definitely a good bench player and a solid backup, as we can rotate our team back. But before we do, actually, Pickford now 85. Hopefully no bids for him, because if a bid comes in, we have to sell him, as top scorer is John McAtee. And of course, I want to keep him as Mola. Very popular player, and we've got a decent bid in for him. 9.2 million. That is almost 10 million above his evaluation. Plus, we need another fullback. We could sell him, just have Hamza on the bench, and then 40 million to go and get a class right back with. So I think that's what I'll do. You can see Hamza is on the bench, and that is the 11 that is going to play Chelsea. Come on, lads. I believe we actually are at the bridge, and there's Pochettino still in charge. Don't know about that, Chief. But hey, you've got to respect it. The man's hustled to stay there. Let's go and get the win. Sprint at them, come on. And Charlie Savage, we have, of course, beaten Manchester United at Old Trafford 4-0. Should have us feeling confident. But, of course, we know Chelsea definitely possess a threat as Nkunku. He possesses a threat to a fan right there. What a woeful shot. As now Schmidt to get the ball into the midfield. What a ball. And what a take from Endo. Yes, I am playing Endo. He's a bit more defensive and playing for a contract. Definitely not attacking keeper or attacking midfielder. What am I on about? I'm thinking about keeper because I'm keeping him, or I'm selling him or releasing him, whatever. As McAtee now 83 rated. Let's focus on our attacking players. Dragus, one of the top scorers with 3, as he's trying to run around his man. Is that handball? No. Chelsea with a good block, but we do better because we've robbed the ball back. And Endo, don't shoot this time. McAtee's always in space right there, and it went towards Savage, going for a belly goal overhead kick. Endo, please. Endo running on the spot and getting a ball into KDB. Can he get it out wide? We are keeping the ball here. Mudryk with the flying header. But it's good. It's very good. And now we are going to keep it. McAtee. Casado. McAtee with the ball in. It's a very good cross. 8 trying to get it. And is that handball? I believe. Surely. Look how close that ball is. You can't see it for the little square, but it's just on the edge. There's Dewsbury Hall, a real-life Chelsea player with the free kick. It's hit Madueke, man. That had to be better. Close, but still not getting the better of Chelsea. In possession, though, we're definitely the better of the Blues. Just needing a goal. As one player I've not given the in-game screen time to, or should I say game time to, actually, is Dennis Undav. Milovanovic doing better this year in the Premier League as Savage. He's already got 3 goals here. Into Matty Wolf, who's striving forward from centre-back. He used to be a midfielder. And it's very good skill. He's a defender who's got very good feet. And Odero, why is he in Chelsea's goal anyway? I don't know. But still, a corner. And stay with me now because I've got a good feeling. It's a ball towards Milovanovic. As it was very close. And now Mikhailo Mudryk. Don't let Chelsea attack and get a goal. So that's a good clearance. Oh, what a bit of play. Dragus to take that down into Savage. All the room in the world. And that is John McAtee, who I still need to change the number of. But if he slows down with his whipped cross trait, it just has to be a lot better. This Chelsea side, man. I'm sorry to keep saying it, but they've been dreadful. KDB. Or not KDB, but KDH. A ball in the middle. Come on, we've got to try and steal this game now. It's McAtee. Go alone. John McAtee with the finish. In the 85th minute, we may be beating Chelsea like Arsenal, United. Who was the other one we just beat? I don't even care. I've put the crossing trait on him, but he shoots. He's greedy, and McAtee scores it. Get in there, lad. I mean, it's come very late in the game. It may even be a clean sheet as Casado to pass it basically to Odero. But we don't care because Grimsby have just won in London again. As Adam's in the presser, Andy's getting a nickname, the Big Team Killer, which has him looking confused. I'll take the nickname, but in all honesty, I thought we were better than Chelsea all round and should have beat them by more than 1. I mean, I'll say it very quietly, but I kind of agree as he's got to go to his former club, Liverpool, in 7th and hope for a win. As there's Clinton Mola leaving the club, so we've got more money for a right back, which we will be looking for today. But not before this game, as if we actually beat Liverpool, we're shortening the gap between us and the top teams. 2-1 at the Spotify Stadium. Still not too bad. It's a 1-goal defeat to a big club in Liverpool. Definitely not embarrassing, as when I click advance here, look at the 2 teams. You just saw that. Wolves and Fulham. If we can beat both of these, what a bit of form that would be. Surely would attract better players to the club. Because we're 10th in the league and 6 points from here could have us maximum 8th. And that's almost Conference League. As I'll speak to Adam about it. Adam, we could attract some talent here. If we get 6 points from 6, we're firmly in the top half. As Adam says, I agree with you, boss. I want to do exactly that. And although these teams are low down, points are not a given, but determination is. These boys are all very happy, and let the good times continue, starting with Wolverhampton. Let's get at the Mariners. Gary O'Neill's still in charge of them. He's done a very good job. But is it a good job like Lallana? As how's this game going to start? Hopefully brilliant, but a penalty to Wolves. Goal. That was all in a quick movement. Okay, not the best. Are we still tired from Liverpool? I mean, I said 6 points from 6, but of course, we're in the Premier League. We don't have the best squad. Good block right there from Tharn. And we can counter-attack. So Savage getting the ball rolled, and Dewsbury Hall. Milovanovic making a good move. He's not got the pace. Such a simple pass, as now he's on the wing, though. Dragus Oh my days, Savage. How can he not keep the ball? We're getting counter after counter attack. As this is very late on, and it's Endo who we've still got to speak to, running through the middle. He does have the option in McAtee, as if he can squeeze it through to McAtee. Way too far in front of him. And that is the game. A quick one and a loss to Wolves. As I'm sorry, but I immediately want to speak to Endo, 34-year-old. A little bit off the pace. So Adam Lallana's going to invite him to his fancy restaurant, which of course he can afford to pay for with his Premier League wages now. Wataru, huge respect. What you've done for us is amazing. But I believe at the end of this contract, your time at Grimsby is over. Some glorious memories in black and white. But with a new right back coming in, the team is going to get shuffled, and we'll have Mishui, Casado, and Charlie Savage as central midfielders. So I wish you all the best, but your time at the club is up. As there he is, a free agent. I told you it was only a small contract. Good luck to the man, you know. Brilliant memories at Grimsby Town. But I want to make more memories with a new right back, which of course we let Endo's wages expire, and Elias Gellert. I think he can cover both left back, right back, almost 90 pace, with some very good physical stats. Good, of course, as well mentally, and at Cologne, who aren't the best Bundesliga team. And he shouldn't cost all the money. He's only evaluated at 23 million. I think this is a good guy. 25 I'll actually offer him, as we don't actually have as much money as I thought, but there's a handshake right there. That means it's gone through, and only wages to wait upon, as we've got to respect the GOAT. Casado, almost half a Premier League season, playing out of position, and he's been absolutely fantastic, as now we just got to play Fulham, and then we go into the FA Cup. And I believe because this is the first, the money for Mola actually has come through. As is this our only second home game? To be played, of course, because we've played most of the big teams away from home and not played many games at all, because we've been busy with transfers. As Savage, look at the skill. Charlie Savage is having fun in the Premier League, of course, taking after his dad in Robbie Savage. Just have a shot here against Fulham. Why not? Well, that's actually why not. It wasn't the best shot at all, was it? Dewsbury Hall, I'm testing him in a deeper position. It doesn't look like he's a ball carrier, more of a ball finisher. As Muniz, a brilliant striker in this league. Of course, Fulham are rock bottom, so unlike Wolves, I expect a bit more of a win here with the form we're on. As Wolf, he's got done, and that's a shot. Jordan Pickford at the near post. Absolutely love our keeper, and I love our style of play because we're going to try and counter-attack with McAtee. McAtee through the middle. What a ball into Milanovic. You cannot go wrong with that one. Summers at the side of him, but he's tried to pass it and surely got taken out. Referee, come on. No, you're not going to give it because they might actually score from it. It's a very end-to-end game here, but he actually was offside. And let's go again. Schmidt, he's knocked the ball straight in front of him. A man on the outside of him, if he can get the pass in to Dragus, or Marriott, sorry. Marriott's in the squad. Surely that ball's handled, but no, he's actually kept it in. Even I didn't think he'd kept that in. What a game this is, though. A jam-packed first half, which could have a red card. A very dodgy tackle, and Summers is sent off. Our youth player, lowest rated, not proving to do well. We're down to 10 men. And I'll admit that was stupid from me, but still. Oh, I think the wait will go on for a win, especially with 10 men right here. But the show goes on, and now they've started with an attack, but to be fair, 10 men could lead to more counter-attacking because they'll push players forward. But Posh, the Austrian, into Lukic. He'll definitely know. Is it Milovanovic? Very clear. Who is Serbian as McAtee. Spinning in between defenders. Milovanovic. He's not playing well. I think it's time for Dennis Undav. Yeah, it's one of those days as they're going to finish off with a corner. And I wouldn't be surprised if they won the game. But Jordan Pickford, I was very skeptical about him because, of course, Jockin's form was bloody brilliant. As Undav, no, he's put it behind McAtee. A poor ball from Undav, which probably costs us a draw unless they do, like they're counter-attacking on us, go and get the goal as they've skipped past us. And Muniz into the hands of Pickford as the game ends a draw with 10 men. Not bad, but definitely not good. 1 point from 6 against teams that were in the bottom, but Fulham still bottom, but Wolves are rising up to 14th as Chelsea 13th, us 11th. It's not bad at all, but we could be more solid defensively. As I think a way we improve our defensive line anyway is Gellert. I think that's me saying his name right. I could of course be wrong as he is into this team, and of course don't worry, we've changed it for the FA Cup, where we have Barrow, and I'd love to progress in this competition. Please, it's not an easy game. As we get the win, Casado scoring whilst he's back in the midfield, as he probably will play midfield, but bids in for Undav. I know he didn't have the best game last time. Ooh, a good offer, but I love Schmidt. Plus, I don't want to tamper with the defence too much. Unrealistic. And we have moved Casado back in for Palace on the same points. Come on, Mariners. Please keep us going. It's a win away from home. Casado 2-2. Was it really right of us to move him back in the first place, as we're not going to have Wolves next? Cup game against Tottenham. As can we go and win? Come on, we've beaten some good clubs, and a draw. Pulisic and Mainu playing for Tottenham? That doesn't seem right, as now we do have Spurs next. And look at the league position. 9th in the table and approaching deadline day with 12 million. Probably some bids coming in. This could get successful. So last time, one player went and one player came in, making our defense a lot more solid, but still there is a lot to do, as we couldn't beat bottom of the league and we had a bit of a struggle. Despite all that though, we're still going in the FA Cup and did get a big win against Chelsea, as we sit above them in the league on goal difference with Wolves next and dreaming big. As yes people, welcome back. One thing we're not dreaming big about is England in real life. It is not coming home this year. Just once in my lifetime, I hope, as this is what we have today. An easier run than we should do. We should have Spurs twice, as we drew in the FA Cup, then leading into another mellow month. Arsenal and Spurs are the only big teams we've got to play. But if you know us by now, you'd probably see we only like to play against big clubs. Everyone else, we're not picking up results against. So yeah, that's that. As you can see right here as well, we're on to deadline day. How much money do we have in the bank? It was 12 million, which isn't much, but it also isn't a little bit. So I'll look around for players. Cannot guarantee anything though. And as you can see, our squad is perfectly fine, I would say, with our signing being Gillett the last time from Copenhagen in Denmark. Very good signing, making our defense a lot more solid with Jordan Pickford behind it. Feel for him in real life. But hey, not much we can really do at this time, as Nathan Marriott on deadline day with a big bid. 19.9 million from Mainz over in Germany. Now, I'm gonna really go ahead and reject that. Yes, I changed my mind, and I know we have Dragos starting ahead of him, but we do need a youth player. At this point in the save, being a Premier League team, it's going to be incredibly hard to get someone actually better than him, as Carlos Neves in the academy. Maybe. As yes, we changed him to centre-back, and he is a lot better. As nothing happening in the later hours, I'm going to go ahead and skip it, because I don't think selling anyone to get any money would leave us any time to get anyone in. So it's pointless in simming it all individually, as here we go back into league form, where we have Wolverhampton and we get a 3-1 win. They beat us last month as Dragos with 2 and Milovanovic with the other. Very good day at the Spotify Stadium to keep us marching on. As can we back-to-back it with Tottenham, or not Tottenham? So it's Forest. And we do get beat 3-2 there. So not a good reply. And I did say Tottenham right there because we have them next in a replay. And I know we've got them again and Bristol City in the league. But just a part of me thinks we've got to play this game. Yeah, we've neglected the cups for a little bit, I'd say, in this save. So let's go for the FA Cup like we did Season 1. The fact we've already drawn against Tottenham gives me a bit of faith we could get through, and we're at the new stadium. And of course, it's only highlights with a bit of a changed team. Ball into Pulisic. 1-0 Tottenham. This might have been a waste of time, actually. And if you notice right there, he did his tiger celebration with skins on his arm, so it doesn't work with his tattoos. Pretty stupid, I think, but still, we're the stupid ones to be 1-0 down already as we need to get it out. Headed over the top, and that was a close chance for Spurs as they could make it 2. Robbie, he's got the man in front of him. Good tackle, McGuinness, though, leading to their corner if we could counter-attack, but no. Takes the highlight away from us. That's not fair. Come on, game. Give us a good touch from our striker, as that's a good touch into Undav. Could be level, and is level. It's Undav with the goal. Dennis level at Tottenham, who do have 10 men in this game. That's actually glorious. And now we've got a big chance to win this as Schmidt tackles. And this is a counter-attack. It's Skip who lost the ball. Schmidt to just keep running with it. He gives it into Jack Marriott. Or Nathan Marriott, can't remember his name, and into Geldhurt, the fullback on the overlap. Undav is in the middle, and Undav scores the header! A turnaround at the new Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Dennis Undav, who's been on the bench all year. Is it another giant killing? I tell you what, it could be, because it's another ball into Marriott, and Undav is on a hat-trick. If we can find him, it's gone behind him. Charlie Savage with another 3-1 Grimsby. We've turned the game round. And what a glorious day for the Mariners. FA Cup glory. Can we do this? Come on. We've just beaten a big team. Now I don't regret playing it, as have we got the announcement yet who we've got to play in the next round? Yes. Fulham, who are bottom of the league. Or do we sim that or play that as well? I mean, the games we have in the Premier League should be simmable, and we should be safe. You can see we're 10th in the league, 29 points, and Everton on 19. 10 points is the gap at the moment, as of course we want to be safe before focusing on the FA Cup. Safety is our only aim, and that's a point towards it. Casado with the goal, and I'm feeling less confident in the league against Spurs because they will have 11 men to start the game off with right here. Revenge in a big form of 4-0 to the Tottenham. I mean, wow. 60% possession, absolutely all over us, and denting our aims, but still Fulham next. And I might risk the sim. I know that's a stupid thing to do, but the next round will be the quarterfinals. Look at the team still in. I mean, oh, when we flip it, there's Man United and City on that side. But if we beat Fulham in the simulation and get anyone else, I'd feel very confident that if we play our normal game, we should be okay as we beat Fulham. Quarterfinal Mariners. Get in there, lads. And look at the results. There's Brighton, Brentford, Northampton have beaten Villa 4-2. That's unreal. And Manchester City out and Coventry just like real life. So close to beating Manchester United. But in the end, they didn't. As I am going to sim Arsenal because we've already played them this season. Do we get a win from it? No. A red card and a Kai Havertz brace with McAtee scoring our goal. We will play a league game today, but before we get into them, look at this. We're outside the window, and there's still bits coming in. Summers, Undav, Milovanovic, and Marriott again. I'm going to be rejecting all of these as Summers rejected. Undav, you're staying here. Ooh, but after rejecting them, we have got a message from Milovanovic. And he wants to meet Lallana. Gaffer, what are you doing rejecting Atletico? That is one of my dream clubs. They're a European powerhouse. If you don't let me leave, I will cause serious problems. Because I deserve my chance, let me leave to Spain. The manager replies, Marco, what do you think you're doing storming into my office? Demanding to leave the club and demanding all of this? You're a starting striker at a Premier League club and we've gave you that chance. So you better stay quiet. I've carried Grimsby through. I do not deserve this treatment. If I want to leave this club and use it as a stepping stone, I bloody well will, so do not stand in my way. And Lallana replies, fine, get out of my office. I don't want to see you in training. As there's the bid accepted. I mean, he's 24-year-old and 76 rated, but I really thought he'd be the next thing. And there he is, very unhappy, going at the bottom of our reserves as we don't have another striker The only one is Undav now. Can anyone else play there? McAtee. Ooh, it takes 7 weeks. Do I trust him as a striker, though? I do really like him as a winger. So I know I've got that option, but I will keep him as, of course, a right winger. No point in changing him if we don't want to play him there permanently. Rather not waste any more potential. Keep him on that wing. As you can see, our FA Cup game, we will have Newcastle, which I think I've got to play. I mean, they did beat Manchester City, so it's going to be a tough ask. But if we could get through, a semi-final would beckon, and that is huge news for us, as we've got to simulate Brentford beforehand. Oh, we're going to start losing. Of course we are without a striker, and you can see we're above Newcastle in the league, and just 8 points above Wolves now. Got to be cautious of that, but Newcastle here, and then Newcastle in the league with a 1.5 week break, meaning we can afford to play our first team here, and this is what we're going with into our quarter-final. And we will be playing this game back at home and wearing black and white, the true black and white team of England, not the Geordies. Sorry, Newcastle fans, but I just had to get that out there, of course, as McAtee. We need some magic from John McAtee running through, and that is brilliant. Avoided 2 players like they're not even there, and we've got Undav in the middle. If we could try and reach our hero! Over the top for Savage, and I tell you what, that wasn't far off as John McAtee. Come on, get us back in that game. That's a terrible pass into Coco. And now Jakub Minter of Brighton in real life. They sold to another Premier League rival, Bondarenko. I don't know how you say that name. A big save from Jordan Pickford against his ex-rivals, of course. He's a Sunderland man at heart. And Doug Tharm, what are you doing? Another save from Pickford. But Doug Tharm, our captain, if he wants to lift this trophy, has to be a lot better as Gallardo into Xavi, or Gavi, should I say. Another big save, Pickford, keeping Grimsby alive. And Undav, come on, we're a counter-attacking team, of course. Could we win the FA Cup by counter-attacking? I mean, we beat these and maybe Manchester United go out, I'd feel a lot more confident. Gellert into Dewsbury Hall. Dewsbury around his man into Undav. Our chance. End-to-end game here. Always entertaining at home, as it was against, was it Fulham in the last episode? And Minter, now Newcastle's chance. We have got a tackle in there. It's Dewsbury Hall. Doing better as a deep playmaker now, I've got to say, as that's a ball for Undav to chase. If he can get inside of his man, he does. And he goes for the audacious one. Chance, you know, chance, as Isak now running round us. Jakub Minter shrugs off Schmidt. Another save, Jordan Pickford. Absolutely glorious. He's been brilliant all game. And now McAtee round the corner. Geldherd, our Danish man, that is the best ball you'll ever see. And they've not cleared it right, but Kanate heads it out. And that's the half-time whistle. And what a half if you're a neutral man. I mean, if you're a Jordan Pickford fan, that's been even better than that. So we've got a tackle in there. Newcastle will come forward. We know Pickford can play out. And that's not very good, though, from our defender. It's handballed. It's got to be. Yes, it has. Matty Wolf, what are you doing? A penalty, Newcastle! Fought so hard, and he's basically picked up the ball. That's maybe a red card in real life, as Isak against Pickford. He's been brilliant all game, and that was so savable. Pickford, man. 1-0 to Newcastle. A sucker punch, but still, there is time to play in this game. We've put McAtee up front. I have taken Undav off to try and get a bit of pace on the wings. Ademola Lookman's time, as now I don't know what he's doing at Newcastle. Get rid of the ball, please. We've not still got rid of it. Charlie Savage maybe has. If Wolf can keep this in, and now we need to attack. Quickly, come on, the clock is ticking. It's Casado around. And a good ball down the wing for Wolf, who shouldn't be on the wing, but can play it in the middle. Marriott, one more onto McAtee. It's a beautiful counter. John McAtee up front. He still hasn't changed numbers. He's been unlucky 13, but it's turning into lucky 13. What a goal from the Mariners. Still, we're only level, so I'm not getting ahead of myself. And this could go all the way. Turn into a long day as now Schmidt turns away from the ball into Gellert, now through. Casado to run with this. He needs a bit of an option out wide, please. Can we do this? It's Wolf. You can see we've still gone attacking, and I haven't changed it back yet because we did get a goal when we changed it. And McAtee running at them, winning a foul in the process. And I don't think this is a shooting free kick. I'm going to whip it in. Dewsbury Hall, a header, a save. Nick Pope with it, and now we need to go short from the corner. Dewsbury Hall, around him, John McAtee looking for an angle if he can get it. Or just run. Keep running, Johnny's around everyone. Nick Pope's come out. A save and a corner. This game's got everything, as now we need another goal with throwing everybody at it. It's Anthony Gordon with the header away, and Dewsbury Hall in the middle. Another shot saved by Pope. Should be game, referee. Come on, blow your whistle. How have they got a corner? They didn't even attack well. What a save, Pickford. I can't believe he's just done that. And yes, extra time. The first time extra time in this save. Let's hope it's a good one for the Mariners. It will knacker our fitness as now Tharm to just give it back to Schmidt. Now through the middle into McAtee. I have put him centre forward now and dropped him back a little bit. Like I say, want to reserve a bit of energy. It's Dewsbury Hall. Tries to take the shot himself, which I'll admit, wrong option as get back. Doug Tharm needs to get back. Gelhard with an interception, and Tharm now does recover the ball, and Casado to just dribble with the ball, and McAtee, can we get it to him? No. Bit of an ask for him, and it's half time. This is going to penalties. Can smell it a mile off if I'm honest. And now Gavi through to Isaac. Get a tackle in, Wolf. There we go. Now we move. Matty Wolf, can we just prevent these penalties? Come on. Matty Wolf, can he find his Barnsley ex-teammate in McAtee? No. He turns out into Schmidt, who can put a long ball with a good cross over the top, and it bounces, forcing a save from Pope, you know, as they've just subbed Trent onto the field. I don't believe it. I actually can't. Basuma off the bench. We've put everything into this cup, and now we're going to be going out of it. Come on, lads. No time. Pickford, after a blessed game, makes a huge mistake. Lallana summed that one up for the Grimsby side. A heartbreaking defeat. Last minute to Newcastle. He says they were the better side. Jordan Pickford was amazing, but he's still gutting. We've just got to focus on the Prem now. Exactly right. Exactly right. We've just got to get up there again in the league if we can. We've got to draw against them in the Premiership, which is good as now we travel to a very high and flying Seagulls. Literally, they can fly. They're second, and we do get a win away from home, actually. Didn't expect that, as now Leicester City. These games are 3 very quick ones. Another snatch and grab, but that's 3 wins from 3, and I'll absolutely take it, as now we're sat 10th in the Premier League. We're definitely turning our focus back to this. Who knew counter-attacking against teams that are actually better than you does work, as West Ham 3-0 away from home. McAtee with 2, and do we actually play another game? I might do a highlights again because, of course, we had the big one in-game against Newcastle, as Manchester City are our next fixture. I might keep going to Liverpool, though. Actually risk simming City as the top of the league, and we have a tired striker. Undav's playing all the games himself, but we've beaten top spots. Charlie Savage, Ferran Torres, and McAtee against his brother's old club. That is 4 wins from 4. Lallana, I am loving this. On to Everton, who we beat 2-1 away. They were all over us on shots, but us in goals. 9th in the Premier League. 10 points off Arsenal with a game in hand. Can we do it? We have to keep on winning Aston Villa, another team above us, which gives me confidence. A 1-0 Savage again. Look at this form. Look how we've shredded through the Premier League since that Newcastle draw and that FA Cup outing. We've been immensely solid, but our last game today, Liverpool still above us, which again gives me confidence. Trust me, though, to actually play a game and manage to mess up this run. They've got Noah Okafor. We need to be well against him. A quick striker, as I think we've got a counter-attack to start off with. They had Mikel Merino in the midfield. A very good Liverpool side. I saw at the bottom, though, Kwanzaa They're playing their centre-back who shouldn't be in the team there, which gives me an opportunity, or us an opportunity, but Diaz against Pickford, who we used to not like. That's the easiest goal ever. Cut through us like a knife through butter. We're at Anfield, of course it's going to be difficult. That was made even more difficult than it should have been by McAtee, as Wolf looking for the angle. We do need a goal back pretty soon. Savage into Undav because we're almost at half-time. A ball into Dewsbury Hall who's gone around the defender. Arroyo with the block. Unexpected name that one as Balde though. Alejandro Balde saved by Pickford. We actually get a counter from here. I mean, we'd be very lucky to take it, but Dragus finds Dewsbury Hall. Why is he on the wing? Where's McAtee? Is this McAtee? No, it's Undav. Dennis Undav is through on goal and he's missed. How's he missed? I mean, still, we've got a free kick. Dewsbury? Dewsbury, are you in there? What have I just seen? I mean, I cannot believe what I've just witnessed, and now Summers run away with it. Summers through the middle. Can we try and find a ball through? No, shut off by Arroyo. And that is the end of the game, as we do lose to Liverpool. Gutting, but I tell you what, the other teams lost above us, and we only have 3 games left. Should we go through them all? You know what? Let's, because look, we've got Chelsea, Bournemouth, then Manchester United. And look at that. A Manager of the Month award. I mean, we have been very solid this month. It's just a shame about the last result. Can we get back to winning ways? I mean, it's Chelsea. Chelsea never easy. Everyone's hyped up. We've just beat them 4-1. Done the double over the Blues. Undav, Dragus, McAtee, Dragus. Absolutely brilliant. Cooking with gas today as we're getting through a lot of games. Charlie Savage suspended. Not an issue with Mshui, who came into that lineup. And look at the lineup in the league. Could we finish above everyone else? West Ham play Liverpool. You can see that just above my head, I hope. And we, of course, have Man United. Who do Arsenal have? Nottingham Forest away. Focusing on other teams, of course, but we've got to beat United, and we've got a solid team, solid keeper, and we've done it. Dragus, we've done it. He's been sensational second half of the season. We've just beaten Man United. What are the other results can we see? Oh my... Did I just see 5-3 against West Ham? Oh my days! We've finished 7th in the Premier League with 14 defeats, but 17 wins, which is actually enough to finish 5th. But we finish 7th above Arsenal, Chelsea, Newcastle, Everton, above all them teams. Oh my days! Will that mean Europe football? I don't know actually, because Burnley and Newcastle in the final of the FA Cup's not good. I know teams above us have to win things to knock the places down, as the Carabao's won by Man City. That might actually be helpful. Conference or Europa, I don't care. If we get there, we've had no striker for the second half of this season, as we fully well know. This man's let us down, throwing a huge paddy and getting himself on the bench. Good team. Highest rated Pickford, who said he might leave. We'll have to have a conversation next time with him, as we've got McAtee 85, Matty and KDH. Phenomenal as our top scorer. Of course, it's John McAtee, stepping up to the Premier League. 17 goals. It's phenomenal, and it goes without saying. He's our first nominated for the Player of the Year. Of course, vote in the poll on the channel. As Dragus is your second nominee, 14 goals for the Romanian. I'm ignoring Milovanovic. Charlie Savage is, of course, always on there as a nominee, but the highest rated behind Milovanovic, we go to the bottom player. It's Jordan Pickford with a 6.56. I really thought we'd have a player higher, but they're your 4 nominees. As I said, poll will come out shortly. If you're watching this, of course, when this video just does come out. I can't believe we've actually got to the end of the season, as McAtee 7th highest scorer, and Dewsbury Hall up there with assists, as well as McAtee. And Dewsbury Hall wasn't actually nominated. Pickford, almost Golden Glove, but not to be, as a 7th place finish for the Mariners in the first, very quick Premier League season.